This is iRacing.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.
Andalusia might be known for sherry production here in southern Spain, but in a town called Jerez, just 90 kilometers south of Seville, lies the Circuito de Jerez Anjoneto for round 5 of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship. This and one more circuit remains, as this 2.75 mile circuit, opened back in 1985, is going to be tight, challenging and technical. Welcome everybody to the Global Sim Racing channel. My name's Alex Goldschmidt and I'm joined in the booth today by Joe Black. Our director behind the scenes will be Christian Deploy, with cameras provided by Dougie Beard. At this point in the series, we have this and Spa-Francorchamps yet to go. Some titles still very closely competed, but one could be decided today. However, this circuit is very much known for its motorcycling prowess, but to give you a bit of an insight, let's head over to our GSRC track guide.
Welcome to Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli. With the track situated just a couple kilometers away from the Adriatic Sea, this beach town venue is nestled into one of the most beautiful settings. Here on iRacing, it comes with 5 layouts that range between only 6 turns over a single kilometer to the Grand Prix circuit, which covers over 4 kilometers and 16 turns. A plethora of open-wheel, GT, and touring car series visit to compete, but its real claim to fame has mainly been motorcycles. Regardless, it's well suited to 4 wheels and truly keeps drivers on their toes. The sweeping Quercia invites drivers to try a pass, but it allows more speed through the corner than you'd anticipate. And Tramonto brings its own struggles. A kinked entry makes it difficult to nail, and yet the exit is perhaps more important. It leads you onto the incredibly long back portion of the track. I'd call it a straight, but you fly from Curvone and keep your foot down all the way through 12 until finally turn 13 scares you into slowing down. And you'll definitely want to, because the hairpin of Caro comes up fast. Having been around since the early 70s, the track has been reconfigured multiple times. In fact, it's even changed direction and gone from counterclockwise to its current clockwise configuration. Whether you're a beachgoer who needs their fix of speed or a race fan that wants a seaside vacation with their race day, Misano is a track that won't disappoint.
Joe, it really is going to be a tough test for our drivers today, because if we did have the Senna chicane, I think there could be a little bit of pandemonium at turn 11. But more to the point, this is about really having precision and keeping your wits about you over the course of the next 4 hours of racing.
Certainly is, of course, as we see. We've got 4.42 kilometres worth of circuit and 13 corners, of course. Not with that Senna chicane today. That would have made it of 14. But we've got a number of corners where overtaking opportunities are rife. Expo 92 will be a huge one, and Dry Sack at the end of the huge back straight another. So there is certainly open opportunities for overtaking if the drivers are going to take those gambles.
Well, let's take you through the championship standings as they are after 4 rounds. Last time out, we went to Misano World Circuit, Mark and Simoncelli. Jens Brothers competition lead LMP2 51 points ahead of Hyperion Racing. Havu are in the mix. They're a further 3 points behind in P3. Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen and Solpec Precision Racing round out the top 5 ahead of XPD Racing LMP2 MX. BP Racing, Fury Simsport, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who look to turn their fortunes around in the last couple of races of the season, and Fast Repair Motorsport bringing up the top 10. How are things looking in LMP3, Joe? Because there's one team that's striding ahead of the rest.
Certainly is. Team Heisinkwelt is going to be 117 ahead of second place with around 400 points. Rdoks set up shop. The 162 car will be in second place, and it's the other team, Heisinkwelt, in third. So those two dominating the championship so far. Echelon Simsport LMP3 in fourth, and then the other team that's been able to take it to Heisinkwelt on a consistent basis is the other Rdoks set up shop 164. They're going to be in fifth. Havu are going to be in sixth place with Rusty Spatulas and SD Corsa join some points, and then TSR Racing and Effect Simulations rounding out the top 10 in the LMP3s.
We then go to GT3 Pro, and it has been a titanic battle as Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen Klossertal lead the way on 298 points, but Fast Repair Motorsport are closely behind them, 22 points adrift. Then third place, it's the BMW M4 of Team Heisinkwelt with German SimRacing Red rounding out the top 4. Maniti Racing Black completing the top 5, covered by 74 points. GT Dynamics are currently 6th ahead of Hyperion Racing. Firefly E-Racing Red, Stint 1 Motorsports SCC, and Ionosis Esports rounding out your top 10. And last but by certainly no means least, we head to GT3 Am with Joe Black.
Yeah, Maniti Racing White on top there. It's probably the closest championship of all, with BP Racing number 2 just 3 points off. M&J Downforce for Dash in third, 6 points off of the top. And then Maniti Racing Purple is going to be in fourth place. Jens Brothers Competition are in fifth, and Finnish Endurance Academy just 31 points off in sixth. Maradnus M Squad in seventh, and Jens Brothers Competition, the other, the sister car of the car, in fifth. They're in eighth. Echelon Simsport GT3 Am round out that field. There's only 9 teams in that, but yeah, the GT3 Ams come to a close, and that is going to be the top 10s of every single one of our grids.
Yeah, a big thank you also to Rdoks for being the title sponsor of the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship. We are currently about a minute and 20 to the end of the warm-up, and it will be a very, very tight affair. Round 5 out of 6, anywhere between 2 to 4 drivers can compete over 4 hours. We run 3 respective classes, even though they put the GT3s into Pro and Am. So LMP2 running the Dallara P217, the Ligier JSP 320 in LMP3, and then a variety of manufacturers in both GT3 classes. Open setups, and then we come to the biggest crucial point when it comes to GT3, a custom balance of performance. So we'll now run you through them. Again, the Ford Mustang is running with 12 kilos of ballast. The Corvettes and the Huracan have now been upped to 10 kilos apiece. The Aston Martin 8 kilos, Acura 6, Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo, which also gets a half percent power reduction, also on 8 kilos. The Porsche 911 GT3R, that is the 992, and the NSX GT3 Evo 22 gets a 6 kilo ballast. The Ferrari 296 GT3 will get 3 kilos, and then the M4 and the 720S, no kilos of ballast at all. Fuel, well, Ford Mustang will have no limitations on fuel, whereas we'll have a variation of 99% fuel for the Acura, the Aston, the BMW, the Lamborghini, the Mercedes and the Porsche, and the McLaren, Ferrari, Corvette will get 98% worth of fuel. So the Mustang has shown that even if you put a big amount of ballast on it, it is still a very, very strong vehicle. Well, the checkered flag has shown for warm-up, so let's, without further ado, start to take you through our grid for what will be round 5 out of 6 for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks. It is going to be on the front row of the grid. It's going to be Absolute Motorsport, Acelith and Hyperion Racing rounding out the front row. Fury SimSport and Jens Brothers Competition, row 2. Solpec Precision Racing and XBD Racing LMP2 MX on row 3. Firefly E-Racing Silver and Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen on row 4, with Havu and Lippert Esports completing the overall top 10. And at the back end of the LMP2 grid will be BP Racing and Fast Repair Motorsport, the number 2 car, not taking any participation in the LMP2 grid. Joe, take us through the LMP3 side of things.
Certainly can do, and it'll be the Bonkasaurs 180 on pole position alongside the Team Heisinkveld 148. Rdoks set up shop 162 in 3rd place, and Echelon SimSport LMP3 in 4th. Havu alongside the 149 Team Heisinkveld car on the 3rd row of the grid, and then SD Corsa TSR Racing, and then the Rdoks set up shop 164 and the Rusty Spatulas to round out the top 10. So for the Rdoks 164, it's not necessarily the greatest of qualifying performances for themselves.
Indeed, we now turn our attention to GT3 Pro, and it is Abel Salam that's going to start the Fast Repair Motorsport 202 car. He'll be joined by the 262 of Solpec Precision Racing's Garrett Berry on the front row of that grid. Maniti Racing Black with Ryan van der Hype will be on 3rd, ahead of Johan Nescher for Negative Delta by simgear.it. Derek Heiberger and Jeremy Baumert will start for Hyperion Racing and Nürburgring Esports Klostertal respectively. GT Dynamics, they'll have Ross Booth behind the wheel. He'll be joined by Dan Griffin from 100 Force on the 4th row of the grid. Enosis Esports Ivan Aguado will be joined by Sandro Marsani from Firefly E-Racing Red. And then we go a little bit further down. Team Heisinkveld, not a great qualifying position, 11th on the starting grid for Sandro Petroziello. And then we've got Stint 1 Motorsports Moritz Koenig, joined by Fast Repair Motorsports Eric Galvez. And then we've got 3 more cars to round out the grid. Matthias Temi, who got a mechanical black flag in qualifying. And then it would have been, and that's for Fury SimSport 231. Franz Schopper starts for German Sim Racing Ren, and Fran Labrada will start from the back of the grid. XBD Racing GT3 MX not taking any part in qualifying. Last but by certainly no means least, Joe, time for GT3 AM.
Yeah, GT3 AM coming right up, and it will be the M&J downforce for Dash through 311 on that pole position alongside the Jens Brothers Competition number 2. There's only 8 teams racing today. Maniti Racing White in 3rd and Echelon SimSport GT3 AM in 4th. In fact, there's only one of the Manitis racing today. Jens Brothers Competition take 2nd and 5th with the Maniti Racing Purple. Never mind, didn't spot that one alongside in 6th place, and then BP Racing number 2 and the Finnish Endurance Academy rounding out that field.
Several teams not here today. WSR Esports and the number 23 Dallara from LMP2 have withdrawn from the series. German SimRacing.de have also no-showed. LMP3, Maradness in the 170 and Effect Simulations in the 177. And then GT3 Pro, Frick Sim Racing 207, Voracious 214. And then also 299 Delta Sports Sim Shop, and then Maradness M Squad in the 370. As you can see, we are set and ready. Pace car in the pit lane as the Andalusian countryside will roar into life, courtesy of sports cars. And it is going to be Francesco Petalin and Nick Mercer for Hyperion Racing. They are going to bring us to green. The pace car has come into pit road. We are waiting with bated breath. And around this 2.74 kilometre circuit, we are green for round number 5 and heading into turn 1. Good start by Francesco Petalin and Nick Mercer trying to do what he can. But now it is the case of these drivers. It is a 2-wide battle. That is going to be Fury SimSport. Kostik Soloway trying to get through. on the Hyperion Racing car of Nick Mercer, who goes round the outside as we go green in GT3.
We are green in GT3, and it will be the Fast Repair Motorsports Abel Salan taking the lead into the first corner. It will be Solpek dropping to second place and trying to cling on to it alongside each other for that third place. The Maniti Racing Black and the Negative Delta car, but in the end it will be Ryan van der Kruijf in the Maniti Racing car to hold on to the position, but still remains side by side just behind him for fourth place as the Nürburgring eSports car just tries to squeeze through the 287, getting through on the 281, and a late lunge there potentially from the GT Dynamics of Ross Booth, but cannot get through on the number 244 and has to remain in behind. But it is looking a little bit racy in these GT3s to start off our action. Slightly further back, the 100 force of Dan Griffin looking down the inside line for 8th place, but he cannot quite find the grip, he cannot quite find this gap, and so he decides to succumb that position in the end as the GT Dynamics just ahead of him. Ross Booth going for more moves, and that's somebody going for a spin. Sandro Marsani in the Firefly iRacing 241. He's going to drop right down this GT3 field.
Big damage to the left front of the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3 Evo, and he gets a hip check for good measure. But Johan Neshev was looking up the inside a little bit earlier, but a big drama for the 241. And that's not what you want in the early stages of this race. Tight and technical. Of course, the headlights are ablaze as Henry Mackenzie Freeman in the 107 rounds out your top 10 for ST Corsa in the LMP3 side of things. Now, big development with regards to the LMP3s. If Team Heusingfeld 148 finish first or second, they have clinched the championship with 1 round to spare, because in 4 weeks' time we head to the iconic Ardennes Forest and to Spa-Francorchamps. 2.5 minutes in, there is not really much real estate for these drivers to play about with here at this very tight circuit. As we see Adrian Kroll for the Lippert Esports number 10 crew trying to gather pace, and he's got Alberto Garcia Blasco in the XPD car just in front, and then right behind them Ossi Peltola, who got a black flag in qualifying, and then Tony Asunyemi for BP Racing. The 2 Finnish teams have got to make their way up the order, but meantime Francesco Pettelin for Absolute Motorsport Acelith's crew doing a good job. Fury Simsport, who we normally see the pairing of Kostek Soloway and Walker Carroll. Walker Carroll also competes in the LMP2 division of the Autobahn Sports Car Challenge in this class, but Absolute Motorsport with a 1:34.74, fastest car overall in this race. Bonkasaurus lead Team Heusingfeld 1:48 by 0.7 of a second. And there we see Miguel Vigo closing in on Jan Sitkowski. Jan's always been a stellar hand behind the wheel of the Ligier JSP 320. Of course, for those that watch the action here on the Global Sim Racing channel last time out when we went to Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli, they came back into it thanks to a couple of safety car periods. And I remember the first time we commentated together, you and I, Joe, and it was when we had the madness at Magny-Cours back in November of last year. And I've got a feeling that with the way that this championship is now set with regards to GT3 AM, 6 points covering the top 3, Team Heusingfeld doing a really good job. But moment there for Bonkasaurus, and Jan Sitkowski gets through.
Yeah, Jan Sitkowski goes through into the lead of the LMP3s. A mistake from the team who took that pole position, and Bonkasaurus are going to struggle to make it back now with the Rdoks setup shot 162 right in behind. That will be Miguel Vigo in that third place, trying to chase down Axel Lechner's for that second. The 180 needs to try and not allow that to break their momentum too much, because the pace in the early stint wasn't too bad. They've got the fastest lap so far in class, and so they're going to hope that it's not going to affect them enough for them to drop down in order as he takes the defensive line out of the corner, but cannot quite. I mean, Miguel Vigo cannot quite get the momentum to make his way through, so remains in behind as they head down now, down the start finish straight and towards the first corner to start their third lap of this race. Of course, these laps here, or the fourth lap even of this race, these laps here are about 1:33. That's what they set last time out, and of course the Bonkasaurus team losing a decent bunch of time. They set to 34, and that's wide from Miguel Vigo, and in fact it may well not be Vigo to challenge with Leknes. Instead, Zach Hebert in the Echelon LMP3 is going to try and make his way through on the inside line of the next corner. Can he squeeze his way by as Vigo is going to be pushed out to the outside line? Indeed he is, and Zach Hebert is going to be the latest to try and launch an attack on that 180, unless Miguel Vigo can have anything to say into the next braking zone, which he can't.
Well, Miguel Vigo, you can't really count that man out. He's a seasoned, experienced veteran behind the wheel of that 162, but Zach Hebert for Echelon Sim Sport with a haymaker around the outside and kept it pinned. They were wheel to wheel, very much in the same vein. If anyone might remember the battle in DTM 2018 at Hockenheim between Messrs Gary Paffett and Timo Glock, which went on for a good couple of laps. We now head to what is our GT3 division, and there is Marvin Bear. I'm wondering if he's going to be partnering with our good friend Dan Van Zutphen, who we see in GT Open. Their next round is coming up in the next couple of weeks, I think February the 22nd. But Marvin Bear, always a very, very fast driver behind the wheel, but he is trying to close in on the 202 car, and that is currently driven by Abel Salan. So the Lamborghini always showing its credence around very tight technical circuits, but with the way that this Ferrari is handling at the moment in Marvin Bear's hands, we did see a bit of a Maniti Racing white and black sort of double effect, but more to the point, there's Nemanja Radovanovic in the 394 Jens Brothers car. Fran Labrada's got some moves to make in the XPD Racing GT3 MX211, and that car is definitely languishing from where it should be. That car did not take part in time qualifying, as we are 7.5 minutes into the race. You can just see how close they are to track limits here at Jerez, trying to avoid some of the gravel that has already been kicked up from the gravel traps just outside of the interior part of this circuit, as Fran Labrada once again closing in on Radovanovic. Now this is for position on the road, not for position in class, and Labrada decides to dive out of the way. So the XPD Racing BMW trying to do what it can, but the Aston Martin able to stretch its legs rather nicely. But a good battle here as these drivers continue to thread the eye of the needle when it comes to track limits and outright handling. It's getting that nice setup. You know, you want to have a little bit of low downforce, but what you also want to have around here, Joe, is a good aerodynamic downforce base.
Yeah, you certainly do. It's one of those unique circuits on a calendar like this where they're so used to racing around circuits with a lot more room, as Fran Labrada finally looks like he's going to be able to get through on Radovanovic, and indeed he is. So he slots through quite nicely and gets up to 38th overall, and still of course remains in 14th in class, as we may well be seeing just switching back, fight for the lead of another class. This is of course going to be in the GT3 AMS, which is what Fran Labrada is just behind, but Marvin Bear just off the back of René Dressler at the top of this GT3 AM field, and with Fran trying to make his way through, that might make this very, very spicy in terms of the fight for the lead at the moment. But Bear just not able to fight his way through, not able to seek an opportunity, as for the time being at least, René Dressler's taking all the right lines to hold on to position. He's not going to try and stay with the GT3 pros ahead. He doesn't necessarily need to, but it would be good for Slipstream at this point in time. But I believe Bear is just going to be holding firm right now, as around the outside goes Fran, and he's going to make his way up into that 37th spot if he's able to confirm it out of the corner into the next one. Indeed he is, and that's Fran up to 37th overall. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to watch, the case of Fran Labrada. Of course, at the moment he's got that little gap between himself and the GT3 Pro Pack, but with the momentum he can build up, with the momentum he is building up, as in fact that may be a move back with these drivers trying to sort of filter themselves out. Fran Labrada feels as though he deserves that position ahead of Marvin Bear at the moment, that doesn't feel the same. He feels as though he should be allowed to fight outright with René Dressler, but the 311 at the moment benefiting massively from this, with a gap between now what was about 4/10 as they started the previous lap. The gap between the leaders in the GT3 AMs is going to be 3.7 seconds, which is huge, and Fran has just done a huge favour for the MJ Downforce for Dash team.
It's effectively going to put them into the lead of the championship when you consider it that BP Racing 2 are all the way down in 8th position, which is going to drop them outside of the top 2. So it'd effectively mean that MJ Downforce for Dash, I mean René Dressler and his crew, they came in at Barcelona, then went to Manicure, did 2 wins on the bounce, finished P2 despite their best efforts last time out at Misano. As we clap eyes on Nick Mercer from Hyperion Racing in the number 4 car. So you've got the likes of, they've got a stellar lineup, the likes of Brandon Wilson, who's in some series running in the GTPs these days. Matt Brewer normally runs in the LMP2 divisions. So we could see a very, very good fight here. But at the moment, well, Kostek Soloway doing a really, really good job in the number 30 car, keeping Francesco Petelin from Absolute Motorsport Acelith Racing under the kibosh, so to speak. But with the headlights ablaze, this is where things are going to get very, very crucial indeed. And in the meantime, NET Racing White have dropped to 3rd because the 394 of Jens Brothers Competitions, Nemanja Radovanovic, has gotten through for 2nd position, and the gap between 1st and 2nd in GT3 AM now explodes all the way up to around 2.1 seconds. But the battles at the sharp end in both LMP2 and LMP3 are probably no higher than about 8.5 tenths of a second. Fast Repair Motorsports number 202 leads the way, and in Solpec Precision Racing they've got Garrett Berry, who has actually got Henry Mackenzie Friedman from SD Corsa in between him and Abel Salan. So that is why the gap is 1.5 seconds. But right, there's been a drama. Nürburgring Esports Kesselschen's Rio Ackermann has ended up in pit road, and that car has dropped.
Yes, certainly has dropped, and they'll be trying to rebuild it from the point where they hope to be at now. But yeah, I mean, Marvin Baer did drop back behind Raphael Heck very briefly, did drop into 4th place in class, and was able to get back up. So maybe momentum refound. And one thing's for sure, Fran Labrada is not going to have any more of an effect on that battle for the lead in the GT3 AMs as he's going to get through on René Dressler. We've got our first GSRC replay of the day, and it's of Nemanja Radovanovic, who's going to be just on the lower line. And this is what happened to Marvin Baer then. They were just going slowly in the corner, not sure what happened, but they looked like they took a very defensive line. And both the Jens Brothers competition cars starting to work together early on. Of course, they are teammates. They are going to do this as much as they possibly can. But Heck trying to stay alongside and looking to the inside for the next corner. Couldn't quite make his way through permanently in the end. A scary moment for Marvin Baer. He managed to work them off as we're seeing our first hit of traffic here today as the leaders of the LMP2s catch up to the back of the GT3 AM field.
Yeah, I'm sure our team at SimRacing Republic Race Control are probably quite busy at the moment, because we are nearly at the 15-minute mark already in. Boris Angel Ovando for Solpec Precision Racing. He had an absolute race to forget at Misano last time out, but more to the point, he's currently running 4th place in the LMP2 class, and he's closing in on Nick Mercer from Hyperion Racing, who now has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 30.258. As you can see, it's still very dark around the circuit, so drivers using as much as they can in terms of the headlights in front of them. But there's going to be a little bit, one side, one the other, and that was on one of the Manisi cars. So, and here comes Jens Brothers Competitions Max Meyer, as to the outside goes Ovando. This could be very close. He's going to get the inside line for the next corner. It's wheel to wheel between Ovando and Mercer, and Ovando gets through. Great stuff.
Yeah, great move. Boris Angel Ovando making his way up onto the podium positions in class, and very, very good move from himself to get through on the BP Racing 91. And well, that is a sign of things to come, question mark, for Ovando, and hopefully Mercer's going to be able to do the same thing. We've got a replay in the top right of your screens just of exactly what happened. He went the long way around, a tiny bit of contact between Nick Mercer and that GT3. But yeah, that might have been the moment that just broke the momentum of the number 4 just a little bit. He'll be hoping to try and make his way back up, but with Boris Angel Oviedo on very, very, very good form, with a lot of confidence, it's going to be difficult for Mercer to come through, especially with Maximilian Mayer in the Jens Brothers competition 00 waiting in behind.
That is going to be very, very crucial, what happens with Max Meyer. And more than likely, well, last time out his teammate was Leo Boeing, Tommy Kallio-Kujala in the BP Racing 2 car. Oh no, another car smacks the barriers, and it's one of the GT3s, and that is the 381, and that is the 391, and that is not what Tommy Kallio-Kujala would have wanted. He's managed to get the car going again, but that is going to be at least a lap down plus change, as Max Meyer closing in on Nick Mercer. Boris Angel Oviedo just in front in the 62 Solpec Precision Racing car. They've got back marker traffic, and that is one of the Jens, that's the second of the Jens Brothers competition cars. And Yucataino for Rusty Spatulas has a big old tank slapper in the 112 LMP3 car, and he manages to keep it out of the barriers. Well held by the man from Finland.
Yeah, very well held. And well, you mentioned the race control a minute ago. As in fact, we may well be having a fight for the lead of the race right here with Kostek Solivesh in behind Francesco Petelan at the moment. But there's only been one there's only been one real report that's had something come out of it in this field, and it is going to be for Rio Ackerman, the number 87 Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. Is going to pick up, or did pick up even, a drive-through penalty at the start of the race, which is why now we find them at the back of the field. That is because they overtook the car ahead on that restart, on the start of the race itself, and you can see their race control with 50 million different monitors and 50 million different cars on the screens, trying to keep track of all of it, and we massively respect the work they do. It goes underrated sometimes how important race control is. Everyone thinks they can be a steward until it comes round to being a steward itself. So it's going to be a very, very hard day at the office, I'm sure, for them, but a very commendable day as well.
Yeah, they are one of the unsung heroes, of course, the organising team behind the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks. And of course, in 1 month's time, we head to a 7.004 kilometre Leviathan of modern day motorsport. Of course, Spa-Francorchamps on March 7th will host the final round of the season. And then the SportsCar SimRacing Republic GT Open will carry on, where we'll have the Sprint and the Master races, with GT3 being front and centre. But Francesco Petelin, we can see the man from the Absolute Motorsport Ace List squad, you can just see the exertion on the man's face as they come down underneath the big building overlooking the start-finish straight. Of course, this circuit has hosted quite a lot of motorcycle racing. It's also hosted other four-wheel championships, including the Spanish F4 Championship and Euro Cup 3 to boot, including in the Spanish Winter Championships, as Petelin on the flashers, and that's past one of the fast... Look at the amount of gravel. That is ridiculous. That's coming out of turns 2 and 3. There is a big amount of gravel because everyone has really been pushing the envelope, and the GT3 cars are having to keep out of the way quite a lot, as Petelin has got Soloway right on his rear diffuser, and now Francesco manages to get a little bit of gap between himself and the Polish driver behind him. And then there's more GT3 traffic to deal with, and we're not even 20 minutes in, and it is about just making your way through. That's the 248 Team Heusingveld car that's currently running 11th. Nicholas Hettinger behind the wheel. There's more cars in front that are going to be showcasing, well, they need to keep out of the way, as the Mustang in front of Petelin kicks up the gravel, not just once but twice in a row, and that is not going to help, as to the outside goes Soloway, and here comes Oviedo. It's a 3-horse race. You add Nick Mercer, you add Max Meyer to that mix, you've got fireworks incoming, and to the inside, Oviedo looks to the inside, And on that particular occasion, Soloway able to position the car to the inside of Expo 92 as they go through turn 2 at Michelin. Now it's going to be through the double left at turns 3 and 4. Mercer's quickly got to get through on the Mustang in front of him to have any chance of going back for third position, as now the two leaders line astern. They've got the Enosis Esports Mercedes in front of them that they quickly managed to get through on. And then the Lamborghini, that's probably going to be the 100 force car, as now Soloway to the outside. He's going to pull alongside Francesco Petelin, and Petelin keeps the inside line. This could open the door for Boris Angel Ovando for Solpec. This is absolutely crazy what we are seeing. Just 20 minutes in, we've got 4-5 cars battling for the overall race lead, and at the moment Francesco Petelin for the number 88 Absolute Motorsport Aislith LMP2 crew has soaking up the pressure like the proverbial sponge that he is right now.
He's soaking it up very, very well. He's got all 4 of those drivers waiting in behind, waiting for him to make a mistake, so it's crucial that he doesn't. This is where he can use the traffic. Huge line from behind. There goes Boris Angel Ovando on Kostek Solovej, and he's going to squeeze him off into the gravel. So the Fury SimSport 30 is going to get dropped off of the podium. I'm sure the stewards are going to take a look at that one. But Ovando, for the meantime at least, is going to jump up to second place. It's the 30 that drops off of the podium, and Nick Mercer who picks up the pieces. I talked about mistakes, things happening, and that's exactly what I mentioned and what I was thinking about. Solovej just making his way around the outside, and Nick Mercer still trying to hold on to the position. And there's going to be traffic in the way of Kostek Solovej, so he's going to be blocked, and he's not going to be able to make his way through on any of the cars. Boris Angel Ovando also getting blocked, so they drop down to a second back. They've gained it back to 0.3 of a second. These GT3s really having an effect in this early fight for the LMP2 lead.
This one just then, GT Dynamics Ross Booth and the 203 Mercedes running the GT3 Pro category. He's currently running 7th in the division, 1.2 seconds behind Hyperion Racing's Derek Heiberger, who might have just given a little bit of an assist to Hyperion teammate Nick Mercer in the LMP2 class. And there is the negative delta by Simgear.it car. Johan Neshev behind the wheel. They've been gotten through. Jeremy Baumann has just been passed as well. Probably next up will be the likes of Ryan van der Gijp as Max Meyer threaded the eye of the needle at Expo 92, and Johan Neshev looked like he was standing still. But here we go. This is for the race lead, and this is one of the Mustangs alongside Boris Angel Ovando for Solpec Precision Racing. Here we go, underneath the over the stripe into turn 1 at Expo 92. The gap is around about 3.5 of a second, and you can just see how close Ovando is getting to Petelin under braking. Now through into turns 3 and 4. Gap is 0.4, but the back marker traffic through the GT3 situation that we always knew was going to happen very, very early. I think they caught them up within the first 8 minutes of Marvin Bear has just lost out P3 as the second of the Jens Brothers competition cars. Raphael Heck behind the wheel has just gotten through on the man from Germany. So good work there by Raphael Heck. And there's a big gap between the two Jens Brothers competition GT3 AM cars. The gap is now 5 seconds. So Marvin Bear has got to try and get through on Raphael Heck to see if he's got any opportunity to maybe close that gap. In the meantime, Miguel Vigo still battling away with Zach Hebert for Echelon SimSport. That's for P3 in the LMP3 division. This race has only gone on for 24 minutes, and it has been an absolute free-for-all. More to the point, can Hebert get a little bit of a double slingshot? Is he going to make it to the inside of Miguel Vigo up on the next right-hander? The door was open, but Vigo was very quick. Well, Hebert was quick to close the door. Vigo given no opportunity to slingshot his way past.
Yeah, no opportunity in any way, shape or form just to get his way through, and so he holds on to 4th place and keeps the pressure on. That podium position keeps the pressure on Hebert for that final podium spot in the 129, and they are just going to keep trying to fight and fight and fight. We've got our first meatball flag, we've got our first, I believe, crash of the session. Dominic Pearl in the 41 Firefly iRacing Silver appears to be out of this race. That will be the first retirement from the LMP2 class that we've seen today, and it would just really compound on the Firefly day as they had a car in the GT3 Pro as well at Sandro Marsani, who's 2 laps down on the rest of the field, which would be a huge shame. We do have a replay, and we're going to be seeing what happens to the 41. So it's the car in behind, looks to the inside, just tucks back in, and yeah, it just punts. Just unfortunate, massive shame. And there goes the rear wing. In fact, that's Earl in the number 41 right there, who just gets a tap on the rear and goes flying into the wall. There's not much room for error here in Andalusia, and it's caught out the Firefly car of Dominic Earl.
I think that was Alberto Garcia Blasco for XPD Racing, one of the Spanish teams here on home soil, so maybe that might be looked at by race control, but a real shame there for Dominic Earl for Firefly Racing Silver. They've not had the greatest of seasons in terms of the LMP2 division, and that the number 41 at the minute, well, it's they're currently 13th in the standings on 95 points. Their best result was back at round 4 last time out at Misano, as Nemanja Radovanovic is closing in on the 311 MJ. Downforce for Dash, Ford Mustang, René Dressler behind the wheel as Abel Salan continues to stride away into the distance in the 202 Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Second in the class is Garrett Berry for Solpec Precision Racing. He's about 1.1 seconds behind. As here we go, Miguel Vigo on Zach Hebert. Zach Hebert has actually dropped behind Miguel Vigo, so there's been an overtake in the meantime. So Miguel Vigo using his experience. So here we go. There's a replay corner in corner, and there's a car in front. Zach Hebert gets compromised. Miguel Vigo, does he go 3 wide in the middle? He threads the eye of the needle and dives to the inside. Miguel Vigo did not need a second invitation, and he got through 3 wide. Piggy in the middle, got the job done. But Zach Hebert is coming straight back at him as they both kick up the gravel with the left rear tyre. That's not going to help any tyre degradation here in Jerez.
No, it's certainly not. We're seeing quite a few cars, in fact, dipping their wheels into the gravel, so it may well be the case that they are just pushing so hard in this early half an hour, in the first half an hour of this race, that is the consequence of their action. Just kicking up a bit of gravel, having to do a little bit extra work just to try and save the tyres, or do another extra pit stop just to make sure that they are able to save it. It's going to be an interesting debate and one to watch later on in this session, as there was more gravel kicked up just in front of these two that we're watching on with right now. It's going to be very interesting to watch exactly what they are going to end up doing at the end of this one, as they are going to try and go through on the lapped car very tight. But Zach Hebert is going to lose a bit of time behind them, in fact, and Miguel Vigo gets a bit lucky. There's a 7/10 gap now between the two as they open up the main straight, and he's going to remain in position. But yeah, that's going to be, I believe, the end of the Firefly iRacing Silver 41 today. We head down the straight once again. We've got more cars heading down there, and there's a GT3 trying to get involved, or sort of just becoming a passenger in this LMP3 fight as they all try to make their way through. The latest one through is Martijn Zayeveld, and they've got Johannes Troep, who's trying to make his way through, but the GT3 just a bit quicker in the corners than they would have been hoping for. The split between the cars, the LMP2s are about 6 or 7 seconds quicker than one of the GT3 AMs. At the moment, the lap times being set by the LMP2s rest mainly in the 30s and the 31s. In the LMP3s, it's in the 32s, the high 32s, the 33s, or God forbid, the 34s. And then in the GT3s, it's going to be fluctuating between the 35s and the 37s. So there is a big split between the quickest of the LMP2s and the GT3 AMs, but there's not that much of a difference. There's not as much as you would expect between the LMP3s and the GT3s.
Yeah, the car in between the two LMP3 cars, that was Marco Nulimaki for the Finnish Endurance Academy White 377 Porsche 992. Oh, Nemanja Radovanovic has just lost second position, and he's gone off big time in the 394 Jens Brothers competition, Aston Martin. So we've got a replay of that coming up very shortly. He's going to dive into pit road. So Oh, don't tell me he's going to get a punt from the rear. Bang, the LMP3 tries to go towards the inside. Radovanovic, turns in and bang, straight front end into the barriers. That is a hard hit for the 394, and straight away, well, no surprise, Nemanja Radovanovic has pulled that car into pit lane. Big front end damage, so suspension upright, probably cooling system to boot. But René Dressler still holding. Now that has given René Dressler a big opportunity here, because the Jens Brothers competition number 321 is the closest car to it, and they are 5.2 seconds back. But what this will very importantly mean at this moment in time, well, MJ downforce for Dash, if they stay in first position, that'll be their third win out of 4 appearances here in the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. That'll be a total of 390 points, and that will put them at the top of GT3 overall. That'll demote Maniti Racing White down to P2. BP Racing 2 still are running in 7th position, but big dramas for Jens Brothers competition 394, who were on 273 points, as Agno Lesnes has lost the rear wing on the Bonkosaurus 180 Ligier LMP3 car, and that's compromising other traffic that's trying to get through. So Axel Legnes for Bonkosaurus. Oh, the Corvette and the LMP2 behind have to take avoiding action. Let's have a look at the GSRC replay coming up now. And this is going to be with the Fury Sim Sport car on the inside, the 231. Leknes trying to keep it around the outside. I think there's going to be a little touch. Yep, left front to right rear. Leknes goes around, gets T-boned with a secondary impact, and then rotates backwards, and then touches the barriers with the slightest of glances. And then that's another car in the pit lane. So the 180 who had put it on pole position, and that has kept Jan Senkowski at the sharp end of the field. Miguel Vigo, P2 for Rdoks, set up shop 162. Echelon Simsport with Zach Ebert in the number 129. Round out your top 3. Niklas Segestrale for Havu and Adrian Dietzel for Team Heusingfeld 149. Round out the top 5 in the LMP3 side of things, as we are seeing the sun rise in the skies above. We were very much at sunrise when we started this race just over 32 minutes ago, as we ride on board with Nick Mercer from Hyperion Racing. Now, in the meantime, Boris Angelo Vando has been losing a little bit of time to Francesco Pettelin, who continues to lead after, well, we're on lap 23 of the race. Nick Mercer has kept that gap very, very close indeed. Pettelin with clear air running of 30.7, Ovando 31.2, and then Mercer a mid 30.9. So like you said, Joe, it is all about, you know, not exceeding track limits, keeping the tyres within the window, but then there's also going to be that point when the drivers will then have to decide, okay, when's the first pit stop coming?
Yeah, they certainly are. It's going to be all about strategy, I think, later on in this race, and we will see what they are going to be doing later on. Of course, there's lots that could happen in this race. For example, something that could happen is penalties coming people's way, and there are a couple of incidents under review right now, the two that we saw earlier on in this. So Solivej and Boris Angel Oviando, that is going to be a warning for the number 62 for minor contact responsibility. And then of course the incident between Alberto Garcia Blasco and the Firefly iRacing Silver of Dominic Oel, who's managed to make it back out onto the circuit, but he's got a lot of work to do. He has that is being investigated right now. We'll bring to you the outcome of that when we get it. But yeah, we are over a half an hour through this race and this competition right now, and it's certainly looking to be a very, very good one. Less than a second and a half split the LMP2s at the very top of the field, and then well, in fact the top 4 are split by less than 2 seconds really, and we will see what they are going to be. We'll see what's going to happen with all of those cars, with how very closely they are split. And yeah, it's just going to be very, very good fighting at the moment in the LMP2s. In the LMP3s, it's the Heisingfeld 148 who's been able to build up that gap. And then in the GT3 Pros, it's 1.5 between the Fast Repair Motorsport 202 and the 262 of the Solpec Precision Racing. So it's a good day for Solpec.
It is indeed, considering what they had last time out at Misano, and considering that, you know, you look at with regards to the 262 of Solpec. Well, they were around for the first 2 rounds of the series, but then when it came to the sister team, it's you know, Solpec. They had their worst score at Manicure. They've had a 3rd. They've had a 4th in the opening 2 rounds of the series. So there is something to gain. Now this could really help them in terms of what is happening, because Havu is 4 places behind them, as we've got Martin Zayeveld for the Rdoks setup shop 164. Now he is closing in on Adrian Dietzel in the 149. The sister car for Team Heusingveld. They have got one of the they've got the Fury Sim Sport car in front. That is the Ferrari, and that is Matthias Temmet, who's now sandwiched himself in between the 2 Ligiers, and Dietzel gets a little bit of a reprieve. So 36 minutes in, and at the moment the top 3 overall are covered by about 1.2 seconds. The top 3 in LMP3 covered by about 3 seconds. GT3 Pro make that about 4.2, and then the top 3 in GT3 AM, you're talking about 6 seconds from 1st to 3rd position. And now, well, hang on a second, we've got a penalty just coming up, and that is for car number 9. Well, that's car number 33. So Alberto Garcia Blasco gets a drive-through penalty for from race control for minor contact responsibility, and that would have been where Dominic Hurl was flung into the barriers at breakneck speed, and the rear end was absolutely rearranged. But credit to Firefly E-Racing Silver's Dominic Hurl for getting that car repaired. It was in the pits for a total of 7.5 minutes, with just over 7 minutes of repair time to that Dallara P217.
It's not going to go very, very well at the moment for Alberto Garcia Blasco. That's not good at all for himself. But that is the way that your race can turn just on a dime, and the 33 will be picking up that drive-through penalty, as we're going to be seeing our first, or not our first, but another GRSC replay, a replay of Garrett Barry, and we'll see what happened to the 262 right now. Just a mistake from the GT3 and not spotted from the car in behind, and that is going to be very, very, very disappointing for them. Garrett Barry, who was and is still, to be fair, running in 3rd place, so is on the podium at the moment, but has dropped behind the Maniti Racing Black 278. So he's going to try and build his way right back up, and he's got a 2-second gap until he can get to Ryan van der Kruijp at the moment. And looking down the inside, in fact, Jeremy Bomer, who can't quite see his way through. He might do on the exit though, as he's really ruined Garrett Berry's plans on the exit of the corner, and in the end it's going to be Garrett Berry who remains in ahead. Very, very, very tight between these 2 drivers as they head through Lorenzo and down onto the start-finish straight once again. It'll be very, very interesting to see who's able to take the advantage out of each one of these corners. And in fact, no, this is not Lorenzo. That will be coming up very, very shortly. But yeah, in the end, Garrett Berry managing to remain in ahead and holding on to that 3rd spot. It's very, very close though. Jeremy Bomer will feel as though he's very much got the opportunity and he's got the momentum to keep going through, even if he keeps disappearing off of our screens. But there we go, there is Lorenzo, and by the time they make it round to it, probably the prime overtaking opportunity in this little battle that we've got, with no slipstream really coming into effect for the GT3s, or at least not so far today. It's going to be him remaining in 4th place, and right in behind Johan Neshev, who's going to try and involve himself in it as well.
Yeah, not too far behind them is going to be Derek Heiberger for Hyperion Racing. But look at this. This is where things are going to get really tight. The Fury Sim Sport car goes off the road, and Ovando to his immediate right-hand side, and here goes Nick Mercer. Nick Mercer to the inside of the Ferrari. Can he get through? Yes, he does. And that's going to open the door for the car in behind Kostek Soloway for Fury Sim Sport. Boris Angel Ovando just dodged the biggest bullet thrown his way. And now here comes Max Meyer up the inside of Marvin Bear. along with Matthias Temme, and the two Ferraris are nearly scraping paintwork off the wheel arches. Marvin Bear to the inside of Matthias Temme and will get a little bit of a reprieve, so to speak. But nevertheless, Boris Angelovando dodged a big bullet because Nick Mercer tried to make it 3 wide. Marvin Bear dives up the inside of Matthias Temme, and Marvin Bear to the inside. The Fury Simsport Ferrari stays around the outside. Marvin Bear saying, look, mate, you're not helping me out at all here. It's just like saying, look, if you're going to keep on doing that kind of stupidity when it comes to driving, that's probably what he's thinking. It's like saying, just get out of my way. Meantime, in the battle for P3, well, Jeremy Bowman's ping is not exactly happening. Right, minor contact responsibility, drive-through penalty, that goes to car 231. Matthias Temme gets the drive-through penalty in the Fury Simsport Ferrari 296 GT3. So that he's going to have to serve that within the next 3 laps. We've got 40 minutes of this 4-hour race completed, and Matthias Temme again kicking up gravel onto the circuit. Nick Mercer looks to be the first one of the LMP2s to dive into pit lane. It's around about the right time for these drivers to come through and start. You know, we have seen it before here, Joe, where drivers have gone out for the first stint. Garrett Berry trying to go around the outside of an LMP2 car. And there's Jeremy Bowman right there in proximity. Don't count out Johan Neshev. Don't count out that man for negative delta by Simgear.it. They have got a real point to prove. They've been at the sharp end of the field as Martin Zeiderveld to the outside. And that is of Team Heusingfeld's Adrian Dietzel. So, right, changes are afoot. Excuse me, in the LMP2 division. So for Kesselchen, it's going to be Kevin Krosny that's going to take over. Otto Hittala is going to take over from Tony Asuniemi in the BP Racing car as Ross Booth is battling away with Derek Heiberger. Ryan Fuqua now takes over from Matt Brewer. From Nick Mercer, who started the vehicle. But this is going to be very crucial. There is a lot of LMP2 activity. So for Leipert Esports, it's going to be Kai Hitchler that now takes the wheel. So a lot of changes happening. Francesco Petelin, Boris Angelovando, Kostek Soloway, Max Meyer, they are all in pit lane. So I think with the circuit being as demanding as it is, Joe, this says to me, well, you know what? To keep the drivers fresh, put them in for a stint, see how they feel as they get to the end of that stint, and if you need to change drivers, do it.
Yeah, and we'll see who does jump into the cars, whether it's going to be the same drivers or we are seeing a couple change. Number 30 is Walker Carroll at the moment. And, well, we may well be seeing a couple more changes, but that will be the pit window, it seems, for the LMP2s. And, well, of course, the LMP3s, GT3s can go a little bit longer, but not if they go onto the gravel, just like the car ahead has done at the moment. And, of course, it's the car ahead of the number 4, which is the 278, which will be, of course, the Maniti Racing black car that is in second place in class at this point in time. And, well, we will, of course, see what happens as the LMP2 start to dive out of the pit lane, it seems. And there we go. Francesco Petelin looking to come out in the lead still. And Boris Angelovando going to be very close. Ovando even going to be on the inside line of the next braking zone as they just about coming out of the pit lane. It's Michelin where he tries to make his lunge. But it's Michelin where Francesco Petelin is able to confirm the position once again and reaffirm even his lead in this race. And well, there's one change, I believe, in this lead pack, and that'll be the Hyperion Racing 4 now has Ryan Fuqua in it.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on yeah, so Otto Hittala has taken over from right, XPD Racing LMP2 MX. Daniel Espes, you're going to have to serve a black flag penalty, I'm afraid. So he's taken over from Alberto Garcia Blasco. So that car is now going to serve something. In the meantime, well, Team Heusingveld keeps Jan Sientkowski behind the wheel. Miguel Vigo rejoins in second position, about 6 seconds behind in P2. And Zach Hebert might be staying behind the wheel as Ryan Fuqua now closing in on Max Meyer. And this is for position. This is for fourth on the road. Meantime, battle for the race lead again. Petelin and Ovando, and Petelin spun around! Oh no, dramas for the Italian squad!
Drama for Francesco Petelin. He drops down. He was in the lead, a mistake, a moment, and that is going to drop him to 5th spot. So the 88 now not only off of the podium, but all the way down, and this causes drama further up the field as the top three now split by 0.4 of a second. Ryan Fuqua trying to go for a move on Maximilian Meyer. The door was slammed on him by the number 0 Jens Brothers competition, and Fuqua is going to see if he can find an opportunity, but if Meyer has anything to say about it, he'll be in the lead of the race very shortly. He's closing in on Boris Angel Ovando, or Ovando even, as we're going to watch that replay as to exactly what happened with Petelin, and it just looks as though we'll be seeing maybe an investigation into the incident later on. Fuqua does back out of the move as Meyer is going to remain in place, and Petelin now is going to get back ahead of Walker Carroll for that 4th place. It looks like the 30s had issues of his own.
Oh dear, Walker Carroll. He, I think the thing is now that's going to drop into 8th in the running order of things. Kostek Soloway was keeping that car P3 by the time they'd gone through into the first pit stop and then effected the first driver change around about 7 minutes ago. But when you've got two people like Boris Angel Ovando and Maximilian Meyer, you know that fireworks are inbound. I'm just waiting for somebody to light the fuse and see where the gunpowder barrel is. But more to the point, this has been so close for the first just over 3/4 of an hour. We are 13 minutes away from the turn of hour 1 out of 4, as Max Meyer is really starting to tee up a potential opportunity of an overtake on Boris Angel Ovando. Ovando parking it on the racing line as well he should do. Tried to give no opportunity to the German behind him for Jens Brothers competition to thread the eye of the needle and dive bomb somewhere where Ovando might not be expecting it, as they go over the crest, down the dip, and now we're going to see how much the slipstream is in terms of power. 250 kph, 257 indicated on the speedometer. Ovando takes a sweeping line in, and then we see Otto Hietala in the BP Racing number 91 car. He's got one of the possibly, it's either the 100 Force, yeah, looks like the 100 Force car just in front, and is just trying to make his way through. But we see how composed Max Meyer is behind the wheel of this car that currently leads the LMP2 standings by over 50 points. And this could be the telling of the tape when it comes to Spa-Francorchamps in just 1 month's time. On March the 7th, we head to the Ardennes Forest for the final time here for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks for 2025 and 2026. It has been an absolute gargantuan battle at the front end of the field, and more to the point with the top three. That is Solpec, Jens Brothers and Hyperion still very much in the mix. I have to say Ryan Fuqua has kicked up his spurs and got the horse to giddy up here, Joe, because he is not hanging around at all.
No, he's warmed up quite nicely to this race session. He's warmed up very well getting into this race, and the number 4 still remaining in the fight for the race lead. Sometimes when you get a new driver in the car, it can throw you off just a little bit. You can seem to suffer a little bit from it's kind of like when you put brand new tyres on at the start of a stint. It takes a little bit of time, as we have our latest penalty announcement, and it will be the car that we're watching on with Kai Hitchler, who picks up a drive-through penalty. This was when Adrian Kroll was in the car, and it was due to a pit lane infringement. Hugely unfortunate for the LMP2, but there's been a number of LMP2s today that have faced problems, and we may well be seeing a couple more before the end of this race session. So keep yourself in this fight, keep yourself in this race, and we will see what will happen. That's exactly what the 41's doing, despite the fact that it's 4 laps down on the race leader.
Yeah, it is going to be the case of once we cycle through all the pit stops. LMP3 have also done their pit stops, and there have been a couple of driver changes. Havu Antipiala has now got behind the wheel. Zach Hebert stays behind the wheel of the Echelon Sim Sports car. Adrian Dietzel still in behind the wheel of the 149 as, oh no, Johan Neshev. That car was running in the top 5 in the GT3 Pros, and what has happened to him? That's more to the point, because he had an LMP2 closing in, LMP3, well, it was one of the Fury SimSport cars, and he got tagged on the left rear. Johan Neshev got a tag on the left rear by one of the LMP3 cars, and that has dropped him all the way down to 11th in the class. Johan Neshev had a brilliant first stint, and now by the turning in of one LMP3 car, it's all being torn asunder, and it's like water under the bridge.
Yeah, it's one mistake, not even by yourself, that could really cost you in this race. And not even one mistake, one just rash move across the course of these 4 hours, and anything could really go wrong for yourself. Anything could happen. As I say, you've got to stay in the race, you've got to stay in the fight, and you've got to hope that other things are going to happen. With a 1 minute 30 lap time, with a 4.2 kilometre circuit, it's going to be very, very tight for all of these drivers to keep fighting their way through. So there's going to be a lot of traffic pretty much all the time. So, you know, you trip over cars all the time. Things happen all the time. And that's just one of those moments, unfortunately, as Neshev went deep into the corner, tried to sweep back in, and that was the contact that will put him all the way down the order. He was in 5th, he's now dropped down to 11th in class, and it will be all the way down to 32nd overall, as well, there is now a fight on for said 5th place. And we are watching on with Ross Booth chasing down Derek Heiberger into the first corner on this racetrack. He cannot quite find his way through. These two almost look like teammates, the Hyperion Racing number 244 and the GT Dynamics 203, because they've got this similar shade, at least, of light blue, one that you don't see on many cars, and then a couple of streaks of pink on Ross Booth's car. I believe I saw the same on Heiberger's as well, but they are not teammates, do not be mistaken. They are very much rivals, and they are very much going to fight this out tooth and nail throughout the course of this race. It might not be the most aggressive racing within the first hour, but if they're able to stay within range of each other, then it can get really, really scrappy. You can also get elements of frustration. Booth might get frustrated at sitting in behind. Speaking of getting frustrated by sitting in behind, we've seen Gareth Barry dropping back behind Axel Leknesh as a couple of the LMP3s try to recover their races, and there'll be one gaining up on these two now. Yucatino in the 112. You can see him in the background of your screens just there in the Rusty Spatula's car. He's trying to rebuild his race, and he's 7 seconds off, but that's not going to help. Off the circuit into the gravel, and a huge slide. He's going to have to do all the work that he was doing all over again.
Yeah, it looks like the car that caused the contact with Johan Neshev was the 180 Bonkosaurus LMP3 car. Axel Leknes, I think that's going to be investigated by race control as well, because that was not exactly what you wanted, but Yucatino having a big drama there. Adrian Dietzel in the 149 Team Hoisingveld car is now closing in on Martin Zayerveld from the Netherlands. Rdoks set up shot 164. This is the battle for P5 in the LMP3 classification, and they've actually got, that's going to be the race leader behind them. So Boris Angelovando not too far behind in the Solpec Precision Racing machine, the number 62, and there is Maximilian Meyer. So whilst there are internal battles in LMP3, LMP2 are also having their feverish battles. So Dietzel becomes the LMP3 meat in the LMP2 sandwich as Max Meyer dives to the inside, neatly circumvents that. And it was a good bit of sort of, you know, vision from. All right, okay. So there was a penalty that was appealed. However, there was no new evidence brought up, and the appeal was thereby declined. So one team not exactly happy with things. But Hyperion Racing, you've got to remember, folks, they are a fairly new team to GT3, but still to be currently in P5, you've got Jeremy Barmett, who stayed behind the wheel of the 287 Nürburgring Esports Klostertal car, whose car has been flashing on and off from time to time. I'm just getting worried with regards to his ping at the moment, because now that is a battle for 4th, 5th and 6th in the GT3 Pro division, and they are covered by about 0.8 of a second. We ride on board with Ross Booth in the 203 GT Dynamics into Expo 92. Of course, I have to give a shout out to one of his stablemates, Robert Cast, who's been doing great things in GTD Pro in the Autobahn Sports Car Challenge, which is heading to its next round in a couple of weeks' time, but runs in a GT Dynamics Aston Martin, but still has a Mercedes lump under the bonnet. But this is a great battle we're seeing here. And this is going... Oh, now, who is that siding up the inside? Now, was that Walker Carroll, I believe, in the number 30 car? That livery looks familiar as Jeremy Bulmert's ping again gets the better of him. And that looks to be... Yes, that is Walker Carroll, I think, behind him. No, is it not? No, it's the XPD car, I think. Possibly. That'll be Daniel Espes. But also no, but... well. It's so difficult to try and keep an eye on these cars because we haven't reached full sunrise here at Jerez at the moment here, so it's proving to be a little bit tricky from time to time, but it's definitely one of the LMP2 cars that has managed to find its way through. But still, we've had a car off at turn number 1 at Expo 92, I believe, as Jeremy Balmert is going to be one of the first. Right, okay, now we're seeing changes afoot. Ryan van der Rijp has come into pit lane for Maniti Racing Black. Now Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez takes over the 202 Lamborghini. So that now means this becomes your GT3 Pro race leading battle. Ross Booth swarming all over the back of Derek Heiberger, who's actually done a pretty good opening stint. Now we will see GT3 cars run to around about the turn of the hour before they dive into pit lane, but seeing two Mercs at the front end of the field, it's like watching the Macau GT World Cup all over again.
It certainly is. It certainly is, and these two suddenly at the top of the GT3 field, they've been thrown into that position, and I think it's going to be a bit more pressurised. Of course, they were fighting before for 5th place and 6th place. That's not going to feel anywhere near as big as it is fighting for the race lead, even if it is because of your competitors diving into the pit lane. They want to keep this fight up for as long as they possibly can, and of course both of them driving those Mercedes. It'll be decently well matched, and it's just going to come down to driver skill as to who is going to be able to come out on top. Of course, at the moment it will be Ross Booth, who is just chasing in behind Derek Heiberger, and here is Ryan van der Rijp in the Maniti Racing Black 278 right in the middle of this pack. You can see not just the racing at the moment, but you can also see what he looks like at the moment. Very hyper focused on not getting in the way of any of this traffic off of the circuit. Very, very briefly goes that car in the foreground that now has managed to make its way through. And yeah, they'll continue with that fighting. They'll continue with this moving through the order, and he will Ryan even will continue with trying to hold on to as much time as he possibly can, because although we are letting people through, he is letting people through at a rate of knots. He also doesn't want to lose too much time.
Car off in the background,
having to let people through.
And that was Stefan Kurtzman for Maniti Racing Purple in the 378 Ferrari. He went exit stage right and kicked up the gravel big time. Big plume of dust into the air. And that's not what you want to have there. That's the 262 Solpec Precision car now in the hands of Dominique Olivier. They were very, very close to swapping paint with those two GT3 cars. As now the Solpec Precision Racing Aston Martin now runs P8 after the dramas earlier on for the car. But meantime, we are seeing, it's a drag race coming out of the pit lane. And it is going to be that Ross Booth is going to be staying in the car for GT Dynamics. There's the 262 from Solpec. That's not what they wanted to see right now. And to the inside goes Dominique Olivier. And here goes Ross Booth. Ross Booth trying to time the inside line out of turn 2. But it means it becomes the outside for turns 3 and 4. And Adam Wright behind the wheel of the Hyperion Racing Mercedes. So, well, Ross Booth, we know how good this man can be when he gets into his rhythm. As now, oh, here comes right, there we go. Jeremy Baumer is there. Stefan Kurtzman is there. Adam Wright nearly leaves both barn doors open for Ross Booth. He gets a little love tap from behind, courtesy of Baumer for Nürburgring Klostertal in the Ford Mustang. And again, the Ford Mustang. Oh, that was a dive from nowhere. Jeremy Baumer right up the inside of Ross Booth. Said thank you very much, and Ross Booth trying to return the favour, but Baumer not making it easy, not at all. And there is the Fury Simsport 231, Matthias Temi, who has yet to come in for a pit stop. He's right with them as Baumer's flickering in that Mustang. But more to the point, Matthias Temi did get a black flag. Did he get a drive? Yes, he got a drive-through penalty as Ross Booth to the inside of Adam Wright. The two Mercs going hammer and tongs at it as they will cross the stripe, coming out of corner Jorge Lorenzo. And Ross Booth to the inside, dives through. Is that going to be the position in the bag for the GT Dynamics 203? Yes, it is.
Yes, Ross Booth making the way through finally, tried to pounce on Adam Wright as soon as he came out of the pit lane, as soon as he jumped in the car, and he's managed to do so with success, and he's managed to make his way through now on Adam Wright. Now chases through as there's a lot of dust in the background. Adam Wright, who's gone off the circuit, he's very much struggling in this early portion of the stint, and that's because of the pressure that's been applied onto him. He's not had the time to get sharp, he's not had the time to warm up, and so he's come out of the gates and he's been forced to swing, and that can cause mistakes just like that. Adam Wright went off of the circuit and he's lost so much time. 3.1 seconds now the gap between himself and Ross Booth, as this looks like it may well be a fight very soon, as the flickering not helping, the ping not helping, but it looks like Dan Griffin is going to be chasing in behind Jeremy Baumer, trying to find his way through, but I mean, the ping's not going to help him make his way through either. It's going to be very, very difficult to find his way by, but he doesn't quite know 100% where Baumer is about to appear back on the circuit. Dominic Olivier, now the lead of this battle, and now holds P3.
Yeah, Ross Booth has got behind him. I think that is going to be one of the Jens Brothers competition cars in the GT3 AM division, and that's going to be the one with the that's going to be the 394 with the green wing mirrors. And Ross Booth to the inside here at turn 1, and that, if he goes through Michelin to the inside line, he gets a car length ahead, and that is 5th position. So Dan Griffin relinquishes the position to Ross Booth. 1 hour and 3 minutes completed, and it's all kicking off. The 321, Raphael Heck is being pressurised by Marvin Bear, and they've got the Echelon SimSport 129 LMP3 car. Marvin Bear has just flashed his lights as if to say, hang on a second. But more to the point, Raphael Heck does a number on Marvin Bear, who now finds himself losing a little bit of time.
Certainly does. Marvin Bear losing more and more time as he goes on, which is very disappointing to find from Marvin, just because it's weird. Marvin Bear's had a really weird race, because it feels as though he's been losing time and he's been losing ground ever since he started the race. He's only dropped 1 position and he still finds himself on the podium. So he's had a very, very odd race, all things considered. Dominic Olivier here under a lot of pressure, and this will be very nervy for him. Again, the same point about Ross Booth, the same point about Dan Griffin. When that Nürburgring Esports Klostertal of Jeremy Baumer gets close, you never quite know where it's going to be, because it may well disappear at any point in time. And he's going to try and remain in this fight. They'll head down the main straight, and Olivier will try to take the outside line, the regular line, into the first corner. And Jeremy Baumer goes to another dimension briefly, but remains in behind for the moment. The 287 has now built up a gap of 1.7 seconds to Ross Booth behind. And, well, it looks as though it's going to be just Ligier who's going to have to deal with the pressure from this 287. The 203 not close enough to this fight, and instead they're going to be fighting it out between these two drivers for this third place on the podium at this moment in time. And Ligier just holding on for the point for the time being. It's going to be very, very close between these two drivers as they head down towards the next braking zone. They head down to dry sack, and it's going to be a late lunge from Beaumer, trying to be later on the brakes, and he does so, tries to push, tries to bully Ligier out the way, and it will continue on into the next couple of corners. They remain side by side, or we can't quite tell, but Beaumer sends it, and I don't think Olivier's got much in response. He's not going to fight him all too hard, and he's going to let Beaumer go as he lets a couple of cars through on traffic as well. That'll be one of the LMP2s and one of the LMP3s coming through with the traffic. That'll be Jeremy Beaumer making his way through on Dominic Ligier.
Yeah, it looks like he's got, with his ping, it's like he's being transported to the Nordschleife shadow realm, so to speak, bearing in mind which team he runs for. So Dominic Ligier is now being chased down hard, and look who's closing in the Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. The 203 of Ross Booth from GT Dynamics is only 0.7 of a second adrift as they now head through into Michelin. So more to the point, Ross Booth looking very, very smooth behind the wheel. And this is his second stint. So as we say, 2 to 4 drivers at most can race in any one team during the course of the 4 hours. And now Ross Booth has got some faster traffic closing in, one of which that'll be an LMP2, I'm sure, and that is more than likely going to be our race lead. No, it's not our race leaders. Oh, no, that is the Firefly car. Oh dear, Dominic Hurl, and that causes a little bit of a chain reaction behind him. Dominic Hurl has hit drama once again. They say that lightning never strikes twice, but for Firefly iRacing Silver's Dominic Hurl, it's gone from okay to absolutely gosh dang awful.
Certainly does. Dominic Hurl, who tried to rebuild his race back up, is going to have to do it all over again. And, well, he continues to be almost at the back of his pack, but not quite, actually, the last of the LMP, or in fact, he is the last of the LMP2s. I think it might be colourblind, because the GT3 AMs and the LMP2s, very, very similar colours to me. It's hard to tell the difference. It's easy to tell the difference when you see them on track, because, of course, the LMP2 is a racing car, and the GT3 is a little bit more designed for a little bit more designed for actual racing itself. But, yeah, we will see what will happen, and as you say, it is a little bit more bright.
Okay, drive-through penalty, car 394, minor contact responsibility. David Bunger for Jens Brothers Competition is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty for minor contact responsibility, I'm afraid. That is just after 1 hour and 8 minutes of this race. We're into hour 2 out of 4 for the 5th out of 6 rounds for the 2025-2026 SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, presented by Rdoks, live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. As you've got Alex Goldschmidt and Joe Black with you all the way through, right till the end of the race itself, and also with some interviews. There's Ryan Fuqua closing in. He's closing that gap big time. It was 0.7 of a second between him and Maximilian Meyer in the number 0 Jens Brothers Competition, Dallara P217. And meantime, Boris Angelovando, his race has started to really... Oh, Robert Carstens just jumped into the YouTube chat. Hello, Robert. Hope you're keeping well, buddy. One of the GT Dynamics crew. But Ryan Fuqua has really closed up that gap to Maximilian Meyer, as I was saying. Avando's just navigating back market traffic. He's being patient. And they do say that patience is a virtue, but if you tell a driver to be patient on a racetrack when you're flat out for 4 hours, the first thing they're going to do is instantly ignore that.
They certainly are. They might tell you exactly what they think about that as well. In no uncertain terms, we might not be able to say what they would say on the broadcast. But yeah, it's not going at the moment it's going to look very interesting, and this is a great camera angle. It looks very, very... I mean, they say sim racing is getting closer and closer to real life. This is probably the closest I've seen in terms of onboard cameras that we have. It's the helmet cam on board with Ryan Fuqua in the number 4 Hyperion Racing at this point in time, and that looks very, very good as they race around the sunrise here in Jerez. Cut off very momentarily he is, and well, he's trying to fight with the Jens brothers car right up ahead for that second place. Of course, he holds third at this point in time, and if he's able to make his way through, he'll be right in second place and right in prime position to try and challenge with Boris Angel Ovando, even, who's not been able to make his way through. He's been able to make his way through. He's not quite been able to build up the gap to Maximilian Mayer, as we're almost up to 50 laps in this race for the LMP2's. Huge lunge from Fuqua on the lapped traffic, and he is going to make his way through in the end. So it's just these two who are going to have a brief moment of uninterrupted traffic.
That's the recovering Francesco Petalin from Absolute Motorsport Acelith in the 88 car. After that turnaround we saw a little bit earlier on, the car that they were trying to get through, funnily enough, was Zach Hebert for Echelon Sim Sports in the third place LMP3 car in the 129. But Petalin, he's about 4.1 seconds behind. Oh, and there is an LMP3 car off. Now that would have been possibly Yuka Taino again in the Rusty Spatula's entry in the 112. So that car has been in the mire, so to speak. And yes, it was the 112. Very much big black silhouette with red accents. So yeah, it's not been a good one for Yuka Taino. But Francesco Petalin, slowly but surely, will try and gather things up. At the moment, he's actually running second quickest out of the top 4. Here's a replay coming up now. And this is Yuka Taino. He's just going to lose it all on his own, I think. So it's into the next right-hander. Turns it in. And the back end is going to step out to the left. And tries to overcorrect. Turns into it. Car gets a tank slapper into the gravel. And, oh, neatly parks it by the barriers, not in them.
Yeah, he did actually pretty well to avoid those barriers in the end, considering the level of control he had on that car. But he's managed to avoid it in the end, and he might have got a little bit of netcode damage from it, but not enough, as he probably hit that wall, even if it was a netcode wall, at about maybe 5 miles an hour, if that. But yeah, we'll head down the straight with Ross Booth, who currently sits in that 5th spot, and well, he's not too far off his class leader, 15 seconds the gap at the moment, but the gap between himself and the podium is going to be just the 2 seconds. Of course, Jeremy Beaumer made his way through on Dominic Olivier a couple of laps ago, which we did see, and ever since that he has managed to build up that gap, 1.7, the difference between the 287 and the 262, and the GT Dynamics car has just sort of kept his nose in this fight. He's just sort of remained in behind Dominic Olivier, and he's really going to try and find his opportunity, hope that there's a mistake from the car in front shortly, or they get caught up with lap traffic, something like that, although they would be the ones being lapped in the GT3s, but if they get caught up with traffic that is lapping, then they will potentially see a little bit more fighting than they would have been hoping to. But of course, that would be me talking about the Solpec Precision Racing 262 team, and the GT Dynamics team, I'm sure, will be happy to see it, as Ross Booth hasn't really seen clean air. He hasn't really seen anybody who he's not been directly fighting with for a number of laps now.
It's been managing to close that gap. The car that's actually in front of them looks to be the BP Racing 2 391 Mustang GT3 AM. Tommy Gallio-Kujala behind the wheel of that car. And goes Olivier to the inside. Ross Booth, you nearly make it 3 wider. There might have been a little touch with him and the BP Racing 2 Mustang. I'm not 100% sure. It's quite difficult to see with the onboard, but I think that Gallio-Kujala tried to turn in, and Ross Booth went, well, you're a GT3 AM, mate. I'm racing for position here. And it is the unwritten rule in sports cars that if you are the faster vehicle, you've got to make the overtake safely. Well, it nearly ended up 3 wide at that point, so Ross Booth might have gotten away with it just by the paint scheme on the car itself, as he's being chased down by one of the LMP3 cars. and which has just gotten past very, very quickly. That'll be the 187 of Dario Frattini of SD Corsa. That's currently running 9th in the class, as that car's trying to get through on Dominic Olivier in the 262 Solpec Precision Racing Aston Martin V8 Vantage. We're an hour and a quarter into this race, and we've been very, very privileged to watch a lot of close racing, but also some drivers having to take that little bit of risk in order to gather positions. But I think now, with the way things are going, the top 3 in LMP2 covered by 2.2 seconds. The top 3 covered in the LMP3 division as about a minute and a bit. Top 3 in GT3 Pro, 11.4 seconds. GT3 AM, it's 5.5. So there's still lots to play on, but one of the things that we have found out here in this race, especially if your name is Johan Neshev, unfortunately, if you get tagged by another car, it can put your race right the other way of the sand timer.
Certainly can. That's not what you would want. It very much isn't. And well, it's one of those things that, you know, even though it is a 4-hour race, even though it is a very, very long time to be sitting in the car, especially if you're doing it solo, it's very, very difficult to manage from that sort of perspective, because you know that if there's one mistake, if there's one thing that happens to you, it can really ruin all 4 hours of your racing. And that's really been an eye-opening experience for those who experience this for the first time, and those who watch along for the first time think they can do it better, and then they actually get in the car and they go, oh, actually, this is rather difficult. To keep the stamina up, to keep yourself going, regardless of what's going on the track. So if you've been fighting for 2 hours, you are going to be absolutely knackered, and you've still got 2 hours to go. It's very, very hard to contend with. I even find it hard to get through maybe 1 hour of racing without having at least a moment where I go, oh, I lost concentration there. But I know that's a reflection on me more than anything else, and I know that these drivers are a lot more experienced and a lot smarter than that, I think it's fair to say. But yeah, we are an hour and a quarter in, so we've still got 2 3/4 hours to go. And we haven't really seen many signs of stamina loss just yet. We haven't really seen many signs of these drivers starting to lose focus. They may start to come in soon, especially those who started this race and will be looking to continue on this race for maybe until the next pit stop, or definitely until the next pit stop, but maybe for another 45 minutes until the hour when it's likely to see the next pit stops, as Ryan Fuqua in the top right corner of your screens, just getting through into turn number 1 into Expo 92 and continuing to head through on lap traffic, 9/10 off the back of Maximilian Mayer.
Yeah, probably not that long away from our next set of pit stops, because looking at the majority of the LMP2 field, they pitted anywhere between lap 20 to lap 23 of the race. We're now on to lap 52 at this moment in time, as Ross Booth still with Dominic Olivier for Solpec Precision Esports. This is the closest battle I think I had on track at the moment. Gap is 3/10 behind the between the pair, but Ross Booth is one that can really just keep with the driver and just stay with them and show his nose from time to time, and that is going to be very, very crucial. So, well, we'll probably see. Yeah, looking at the side of things, it's probably going to be about the next 7 to 8 laps when we'll see LMP2s come back into pit lane and then decide whether they might or might not change their drivers over. And Eugenio Pulici in YouTube chat on the Global Sim Racing channel, cheering on the pairing of Francesco Petrolin. And it looks like Andrea Arnaboldi is going to be Francesco's teammate in the 88 car that is still currently running in 4th position. Overall was leading until that slight drama we saw a little bit earlier on. But it looks like there hasn't been any big changes as a result of that incident. It might have just been declared a racing incident from Race Controls Division. A big thank you to the team at SimRacing Republic with the multitude of screens. I'm actually quite jealous by that setup. I think there's at least 5 screens, maybe 6, with 2 PCs running that complete and utter setup. They're able to see from so many different angles, but of course there is a protocol, there is a procedure that the teams need to abide by, reference submitting evidence if they want to put in an appeal. And there we see it all. There we see once again you got the main what we're seeing right now. They're seeing at the top screen on the middle, mounted on the wall. Nice to see Hoisingveld getting a little bit of love in there in that picture as well on the top right, with that big 1980s style glowing sign. But a big thank you to the team behind the scenes at SRR with race control. They are constantly looking at something that may have happened out on track, but we are just over an hour and 20 minutes in. We've had a couple of black flag penalties, we've had a couple of drive-throughs being served, and at the moment, well, Ryan Fuqua is trying to close in on Max Meyer, but he has got, oh well, look at this, they've actually interjected into the battle between Dominic Oliver and Ross Booth, and that is for 4th position in the GT3 Pro division. Oliver keeps out of the way of Fuqua, and then just behind them is going to be one of the Rdoks cars, I believe, in the LMP2 division. As they, that's one thing I don't want to see. LMP2, LMP3, and GT3 3-wide. That never will end well. As we head back to what is the battle for 4th and 5th. Mike Gallant in the Echelon SimSport Chevy Corvette Z06 GT3R, and he's got Stefan Kurtzman right behind in the Maniti Racing Purple Ferrari 296. And also with that, things are closing in. Ryan van der Rijp is taking half a second out of Fast Repair Motorsports 202 Lamborghini, with Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez behind the wheel. That is for the lead in GT3 Pro and GT3 overall. And van der Rijp, he always sets the timesheets alight. He's also been one of the big players in the GT Open for SimRacing Republic, and their next round is coming up in a couple of weeks' time. But here we have this wonderful onboard on the back of the Chevrolet Corvette from Mike Gallant for Echelon SimSport in the 329. Stefan Kurtzman trying to close in on the V8 powered mid-engine Chevy Corvette itself, and you can hear the roar and then the flames shoot from the exhaust with the unburnt fuel. There's a slight stumble there from Stefan Kurtzman, and Mike Gallant able to slightly run away.
Yes, he is. He certainly is able to run away just a little bit. The gap now opens up to what will be about, well, about half a second, which is very important when you can get to that point, because I'd say that the gaps between these drivers, if they're going to pick up slipstream, is going to be similar to about, let's say about 3 or 4 tenths of a second. They can start to pick up slipstream. Once you are 5 or more tenths back, then you are really, really struggling. And I believe we've got another driver into the pit lane. We've got our first few drivers into the pit lane from the GT3 Pro class as well. It's the Fast Repair Motorsport 204 of Eric Galvez, who's going to dive in to the lane as that's a car off in the background. Not sure who that would be. That would be the 187. That would be the SD Corsa of Dario Frattini. So the SD Corsa having a moment in the final corner and dropping a little bit down, dropping a bit of time, but with the way that it's split at the bottom of that LMP3 field, it's not going to affect him too much. All that's going to do is mean that he can't really fight any further up at this point in time.
Meanwhile, GT3 M&J Danfoss for Dash's Rene Dressler is still behind the wheel, as we see picture in picture. Dario Frattini. He completely bodges the pit lane run to the entry. So Dario Frattini, that's the track cut if ever I saw one, but it is not easy to get into the pit lane here at Jerez. That's why motorcycle racing is prevalent here rather than big, clunky, clumsy sports cars. But Raphael Heck has done a great job in the 321 car. That's moved up from 5th on the starting grid in GT3 AM. and he is challenging René Dressler in the M&J downforce for Dash Mustang for the lead in the classification. Meantime, Maximilian Meyer is taking time out of Boris Angelo Ivando in the Solpec Precision Racing number 62 for the overall lead. Ryan Fuqua is within 1.2 seconds, but the Mustang, despite that 12 kilos of ballast, M&J downforce for Dash have found a setup that really helps the car pedal along around the circuit here in Andalusia, and he is still keeping Raphael Heck at bay.
Yeah, doing so at this point in time I think is very important. Of course, Raphael has the momentum and the confidence that he's built up from catching up with the car in the lead of the race. But it's if the M&J downforce side are able to hold him up, are able to remain ahead, that will build their confidence once again, which would have been knocked by the fact that they have been caught up. A couple of cars in the pit lane. It was second and third, and it will be now as they come out of the pit lane, most likely down in something along the lines of 9th and 10th place. It'll be the Jens Brothers Competition 5, it'll be the Ryan Fuqua in the 4, it'll be Kevin Kroschny in the or now it will be Rio Ackermann back into the Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. So a couple of pit stops, a couple of driver changes, and that should be good to spice up that order. As in the BP racing car now, Tony Assamaniemi even, and he's going to drop down behind the Lipa Esports car, the number 10, who's also in the lane. And Daniel Espesch, I believe the first time we're seeing him today in the 33, coming out of the pit lane. The 0 and the 4 are going to be trying to chase him down. 16 seconds the gap between them, and then 1.2 the gap between each other.
Yeah, Max Meyer is doing a triple, so he's back behind the wheel of the car again in the 00. So Max Meyer seems like to say, an hour and a half round Jerez in an LMP2 car for me, it's easy. You know, I'll do another stint. Meantime, Francesco Petelin is going to pull into the pit lane for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. There are also... Right, okay. Ryan O'Connor has just taken over. But Raphael Heck has just dive-bombed up the inside of René Dressler for M&J downforce for Dash to take the race lead. Here's the replay picture-in-picture. Slingshot engaged. Heck goes, right, there's the gap, I'm going for it. And René Dressler goes, you know what, I'm not going to fight that because I could cause drama for both myself, my team, and also the team I'm competing with. And then he'd be on the naughty step waiting to speak to race control.
Yes, they will be waiting to speak to race control, who haven't had much to speak about at this point in time. Of course, we haven't had anything since a drive-through penalty that was applied a while ago to the number 394. Big slide for Tony Assamaniemi, and he's struggled when he's gotten into that car, into that BP Racing 91. And that's just a demonstration of it. These drivers need to push a little bit less at the start of their stint, I think, and then they need to get back into it. But he's not the only driver that does that. There's a number of them, as Jan Stenkovski tried to make his way through on GT3s. It's not somebody in class, or at least racing him in behind, but what it is a car that's looking to pressure as there's more into the pit lane. Alberto Garcia Blasco, the 33, back into the 33, and we'll see what they are going to be able to do. Ovando and Peltola both into the pit lane, and we'll see what happens with them as Michael A. Diaz will be into the Solpec Precision Racing car for the first time in this race.
Yeah, and there's also been a change a little bit further down the order with regards to, I think it was LMP2 or it might have been LMP3, but yeah, change at Solpec. And with regards to Havu, Ossi Peltola seems to be in the vehicle. But, Dominic Oliveira has just lost 4th place to Ross Booth. We were riding on board, and there's the car off into the gravel in the background. Oh, we're just about to reach 90 minutes. And that was definitely not what somebody wanted there. Let's have a look at the replay. And it's going to be, oh, it's the Bonkosaurus car. Axel Leknes gets his nose stuck in. It's to the outside. It's 3-1 into the corner. There's a bit of panel rubbing. And Leknes gets the short end of the stick. And the 180 Bonkosaurus car that put it on pole in LMP3 strikes trouble once more. But still, I have to say, Ross Booth had his elbows well and truly sharpened. And here comes Ryan van der Grijp. He's closing in. This is for the lead in GT3 Pro. He's right with the 202 of Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez, who's around. No! Fast Repair Motorsports, and look at the smile on Ryan van der Grijp's face. He said, that's all I needed.
Certainly is. Huge moments in this race. And that'll be the one the GT3 Pro field will be remembered for, I'm sure, in this one, as that was a huge moment, and one that they will want to forget in the Fast Repair team. They want to repair their race nice and quickly, and they are just over 10 seconds behind that Maniti Racing car now, despite the fact they were ahead before. So it could have been a little bit worse. You can see a replay in the top right-hand corner of your screen.
He just tagged the back of the Echelon Simsport Corvette, and that had Mike Gallup behind the wheel. So a mistake by the 202. Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez now drops to P3, and he has lost a big amount of time. Meantime, Axel Leknes, you are really dicing with anything today, whether it be an LMP2, LMP3, GT3, it doesn't matter. But more to the point, we have had some changes. Fabian Siegmann has taken over from Jan Sinkowski in the 148 Team Hoisingveld car, and that now is losing. Well, it's come out of the pit lane. Michael Diaz has just lost the car. Oh no, the 62. I was wondering what was going to happen to Michael Diaz, and true to form, gravel kicked up, car off the circuit, and now Maximilian Meyer is leading the race ahead of Ryan Fuqua, and now the Absolute Motorsport Acelid car with Andrea Arnaboldi behind the wheel rounds out your top three. What was a great opening couple of stints for Boris Angelo Vando has turned into a little bit of disaster along the way for Michael Diaz.
Well, this is what I was talking about earlier on when I was referencing the fact that anything could happen in this LMP2 field. Anything has happened in this LMP2 field, and it's caught out Diaz, who you can see in the top right just going around. And, well, this is very much going to be a recovery drive from the Solpet Precision Racing driver, and he will be thoroughly disappointed with that huge mistake that he made at a terrible time, which has handed the top couple of positions away to Maximilian Meyer, who's of course been in that car since the start of this race. Ryan Fuqua hasn't. He jumped in at the end of the first stint, and here he is in second. And then Andrea Arnaboldi goes up in the 88. It's had a relatively calm day, have the drivers in the 88. They've suddenly been thrust onto the podium here, and Michael Diaz will be trying to catch up and overtake. But a huge opportunity for Meyer and for Fuqua to really hammer home their advantage and pick up a huge haul of points, as well as a nice cheeky podium.
Yeah, and for the team at Jens Brothers Competition, the way things have gone, they had a disaster at round one at Portimao. They picked up second place at Barcelona, and then for the last two rounds they have been top of the pops, top of the timesheets, if you will, and also top of the leaderboard. They could think, hang on, we might have win number 3 in a row in the bag, but still, with 2 hours, 26 minutes and just over 20 seconds remaining of the 5th round of the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks, anything could happen in the next 2 hours and 26 minutes plus change. As Lars Vetzig for the recovering 267 German Sim Racing bred Mercedes that we saw in the barriers earlier on, trying to make a little bit of a comeback, currently 13th in class, has got a few cars very much breathing down his exhaust pipes at the minute, and that will probably include the fast repair motorsport Lamborghini 204 with Arturo Vincenzi Jaén behind the wheel. That's the sister car to the 202, and nevertheless it is still all to play for here in the Andalusian sandy countryside here in Jerez. We're right on board with the rear view cam just out of the engine bay of the Maniti Racing Purple Ferrari 296 GT3 with its twin turbo 3-litre V6 engine, screaming to its rev limit as they now go down the hill through into turn 2 at Michelin. And then it's the run into turns 3 and 4, accelerating and going up the gearbox. This is just a wonderful onboard, and a big thank you to our broadcast director, Christian Deploy, for these great camera angles, and also the cameras angles. Right, we've got a caution. We've got a caution for the first time. Full course yellow. Caution is out. Safety car deployed.
Certainly do. It's our first safety car of this race. As soon as you mention Christian, the race director calls the yellow flag. He's decided that's too much mention. We're going to call it quits there, but that is going to be our first full course caution of this race. What is that for? That looks like it's for Ilka Cottisalo in the 112, and there we go. Ilka on the right-hand side in the orange and black. Big kick of oversteer. Tried to correct it, and that is a huge crash.
Ilka Cottisalo for Rusty Spatulas. Big hit into the barriers backwards, and it brings out the first safety car period of round 5. Up until that point, you know what, folks? We're going to take a slight brief pause on the broadcast, but here's a little bit of information about our teams and drivers that run in the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, presented by Rdoks. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to continuing coverage of round 5 out of 6 of the 2025-2026 SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks. You're joined by Alex Goldschmidt and Joe Black. We are under our first safety car, just past the hour-and-a-half mark, and it has been a rather clean and close quarter affair here in the Andalusian region of southern Spain. Let's take you through the top 5 of the respective classes whilst under safety car conditions. Maximilian Meyer leads the way in the LMP2 series points leaders, Jens Brothers competition. Behind them in the number 4 car for Hyperion Racing, it is Ryan Fuqua, who has been paired with Nick Mercer for this round. Andrea Arnaboldi pilots the number 88 Absolute Motorsport Acelith car alongside Francesco Petelin, which did take pole position, rounds out your top 3. Michael Diaz is currently behind the wheel of the number 62 Solpec Precision Racing Dallara P217, and rounding out your top 5 in the class for Havu in the number 25 Ossi Beltola. We'll head over to Joe Black, who's going to take us through our top 5 in LMP3. Take it away, Joe.
Well, of course, we have the team Heisink Welt 148, who of course have been very, very strong in this championship. It's currently piloted by Fabian Sigman, who recently jumped in that car. Ryan O'Connor will be in that second place in the Rdoks setup shop 162, and this is a familiar place for them as we are seeing cars peel off into the pit lane, and that was first and third in class. So Siegman has dived in, as has Zach Ebert, and they've done well to avoid contact there. So it's now Ryan O'Connor in the lead of this class, and in fact Andrea Arnaboldi from that third place, and Ossi Peltola as well from 5th in that LMP2 class have both come in. So Alex, you reading the LMP2s out has almost become irrelevant because we've got some new drivers who will be at the lead of that pack. It won't be the cars in 6th, 7th or 8th because they're all into the pit lane as well. So welcome to the top 5. Alberto Garcia Blasco in the 33 XPD Racing and the Lippert Esports of Kai Hitchler, the number 10, who jumps up into the top 5. But yeah, we'll see what those drivers do as they come out of the pit lane, and we'll go through the rest of the top 5s as it is. Ryan O'Connor, of course, that 162, and then ahead of the 129 of Echelon, now ahead of Echelon of Zach Ebert. Then it'll be Antti Pichala in third place in class in the 125 Havu, and then the Rdoks setup shop 164 of Agelos Vretos ahead of the Team Heisink Welt 149 of Andrei Rezkovic, who's just gotten ahead of Siegman, who's just come out of the pit lane.
Okay, turning our attention to GT3 Pro, it's Ryan van der Rijp from the Netherlands for Maniti Racing Black in the 278 Ford Mustang that leads GT3 Pro. XPD Racing GT3 MX, the 211 car, the BMW that started from the back end of the field, is now up to P2. That has got Fran Labrada behind the wheel. Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez for the pole-sitting Fast Repair Motorsport Lamborghini, who spun it all on it, who had a little bit of a moment going to the back of the Echelon SimSport Corvette in GT3 AM, now rounds out your top 3. Ross Booth for the 203 Mercedes of GT Dynamics rounds out 4th, and then Arda Murdursu, the partner of Jeremy Hobart for Nürburgring Esports Klostertal, rounds out your top 5 in GT3 Pro. And now we go last but by certainly no means least to GT3 AM.
That they're doing, it's Raphael Heck who leads that in the 321 Jens Brothers competition car, and has only recently gotten through on the MJ downforce for Dash 311 of Rene Dressler. Then third place will be held by Mike Gallant in the Echelon SimSport GT3 AM, and it'll be the Maniti Racing Whites and Purples of Rudy Knupfel and Stefan Korsman to be the top 5 right in that field. But those are the top 5s in all of the orders, and there's a few still out of place. And unfortunately, it will be the end of the day, most likely, for the Rusty Spatulas LMP3 of Ilka Cottesalo, who found himself out. Although, having said that, the Firefly at 41 of Dominic Earl has made his way back in and out of the race again. He's had some problems, but he's still going strong. Yes, he's down in 42nd overall in the fastest class, but I mean, it's commendable to still be going, despite the fact you're 3 laps down on your class leader. And I'm sure we'll be seeing him later on trying to continue his charge through the field, but with a different approach, because it's a bit more fun, isn't it, when you've got no pressure on yourself?
Yeah, I completely agree. We are still under safety car conditions. We are currently about to complete lap 65 out of a predicted 158 laps. 2 hours 15 minutes on the timer, so we're nearly halfway through this race of the series. And for those just reading Robert Cast from GT Dynamics, he says, "Oh, we're good, enjoying the broadcast. Ross and Mike are doing a great job out there. Always enjoy them, seeing them ahead of Hyperion cars, especially when they talk smack in the Discord. Laugh out loud emoji. All fun here." Well, glad you're enjoying the show, Rob. Hopefully, look forward to catching up with you in a couple of weeks, buddy. As I said, he's running in the GTD Pro division of Autobahn Sports Car Challenge, but it is going to be the case that everyone will be lined up at the back end. We have got we've got several cars in pit lane. Fabian Siegmann has actually come back into the pits, but they need to finish first or second to effectively guarantee themselves a SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship LMP3 champions with 1 round to go. And a big thank you to everyone watching on the Global Sim Racing channel. Big thank you. If you haven't already, give us a like, share and subscribe whilst you're at it. We have got plenty of exciting races still to come in the weeks and months ahead. But as we are having some of the waiver rounds at the moment, I did notice on the video detailing the teams and the drivers, Bonkosaurus have got the police caution tape all over like stickers all over the side of the 180. So I think they've got to they've got to have a little bit of caution themselves, to be completely truthful. But it will be a single file restart, and it will be Max Meyer that will become the de facto safety car once our wonderfully looking BMW M2 Cup car safety car goes into the pit lane. And Eric Roras behind the wheel of the Bonkosaurus number 180 that now rounds out the top 6 in the class. But I think with this safety car, it's given the opportunity for some teams to get the reset button in, and I think that's exactly what Team Heusingfeld 148 with Fabian Siegmann have done. And we've spoken to Jan Sinkowski and to Fabian in post-race interviews that they always have a plan B, and we now see the cars weaving from side to side here at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Neto. It has been a very, very close affair for the first hour and a half before we went under safety car conditions. Lights are out on the safety car, it looks like. So next time around, Max Meyer will be ready to jump and get us back under green flag racing conditions here in the Andalusian region in southern Spain, very much known for its sherry production. Haven't been able to sample any Andalusian sherries, so if I do get a chance to go to southern Spain, I will take that opportunity. So, safety car in the pits, and at 2 hours, 12 minutes and 20 seconds to go, we are under starter's orders. There's me wishing the time away there, Joe. But here we go. Max Meyer puts the pedal to the metal. We're back to green.
We are back to green flag racing, and it's side by side in the background. Right at the very start, of course, Kai Hitchler getting the launch and trying to pull alongside and ahead of Alberto Garcia Blasco, but cannot quite find his way through. He cannot quite find the opportunity, so he remains in behind. It's Linus Stern and all the other classes as the GT3s now go back to green flag racing, and Ryan van der Grijp is going to try and cling on to his second place, which he has done, and that's a poor exit out of the corner for the car that's going to let him through, which will be Andrej Rajkovic, who looks like he's having problems in the LMP2 class in the meantime, by the way. And there we go, that's white because he's sideways. I believe that's Rajkovic at least. Somebody at least is sideways, and that is not the ideal restart by any stretch of the imagination for whoever that was, but we are just about back to green flag racing. It's the Rdoks setup shot 164 looks to make the move on the Havu, but can't quite find his way through. That's Angelos Fretos on the back of Antti Pihkala. But yeah, there's a couple of nervy moments, a couple of moves being made at the start. This is by no means a regular restart.
No, not at all. As we quickly get up to full racing speed, Marvin Baer has been replaced by Rudi Knöffel in the 379 Maniti Racing White GT3 AM, as There's a replay. Andrej Rajkovic in the 148 Team Hoising belt. Oh, he was a very, very lucky individual. Code brown, clean up on aisle 3 and hold your brakes with plumes of tyre smoke just behind you as well for good measure. Meantime, we're going to have a moment here. That's Ossi Peltola in... Oh dear me, that was nearly echoing Rusty Spatulas just a moment ago. So Ossi Peltola was up at the sharp end of the field and now has dropped it off the course. Ross Booth, in the meantime, goes for the old Nigel Mansell dummy into turn 1, and that is on the 202 of Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez. Booth catches the gravel with the left rear. Can he get through on the Lamborghini? No. Sanchez Gonzalez gets his elbows out that are sharper than that Lamborghini Huracan, and look at that for good measure. He kicks up the gravel from the rear diffuser and it pebble dashes Ross Booth's windscreen for good measure too.
Ross Booth has been very aggressive in this race. It's been very, very good to see because he's been in the thick of the action, and so it's good to see him just taking it in his stride, which is exactly what Booth is doing at this point in time, and he's trying to follow his way through as there's a beard of scrapping in the LMP3 field. We'll switch over to it now. It's right at the rear of it. It's Fabian Siegmann trying to get through on Henry Friedman, and then Johannes Troper just ahead of them. Who is going to be able to be later on the brakes? It's going to be Siegmann, but that is going to come at the cost of his tyres because he goes off into the gravel, and that sees Henry Mackenzie Friedman, who's now in that SD Corsa 187, back on through. But having a look at the GT3s now, as the action really has lit up ever since we got the restart underway. It's Johan Neshev trying to find his way back through the field. He's back in the 281, and he's on his way through on the 248 of Sandro Petrozelio on the Team Heising belt car. They keep fighting their way through. There's a number of teams here today who have had bad things happen throughout the course of the day, and it's just about trying to recover, and they are recovering in style. That's another one, and this may well be another move on in a higher class. It's Fabian Siegmann on the inside line. Of course, I was talking about Team Heising-Veld, and this is another one. He's trying to get through on SC Corsa's Henry Friedman. Cannot quite find the opportunity just yet, but I'm sure there will be an opportunity at some point, because as they've gotten back to green flag racing, the tyres are cold, and well, the drivers, they would have switched their brains off. They wanted to save the stamina. This is the time to use that stamina.
Well, one of the good things that Team Heising-Veld 148 have done in terms of a strategy, you look at the leaders at the moment. Ryan O'Connor for Rdoks Setup Shop 162 has been out for 11 laps, and this is now lap 3 for Fabian Siegmann. So there's a 7-lap advantage in the pocket here for the 148 car. So as I said, they need to finish second or first to clinch the title with 1 round remaining. Siegmann might get the inside line here. Deep on the brakes he goes, and that is 7th. Nice positioning there by Fabian Siegmann, not allowing Henry Mackenzie Friedman from SD Corsa to get through. And that's a bit of a mouthful, that name. It can get you a bit tongue-tied, as it did just to me just then. But Fabian Siegmann placed the car exactly where he needed to, went deep on the brakes, turned it in, and Friedman had nowhere to go. Meantime, Rio Ackermann for Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen trying to go through on Arnaboldi for Absolute Motorsport, and right with them they have got Walker Carroll from Fury right behind them, along with Tony Asunyemi. Oh, this is going to be a free-for-all. It's like a mixed martial arts bout, only you've made it a 4-way fight for the title.
Certainly have. Very, very tight between these drivers, and they have got the greatest of respects for each other. Andrea Arnaboldi will lead the fight. Rio Ackermann, who of course had to come back for a drive-through penalty for start infringement earlier on, just in behind after a good recovery. Walker Carroll and Tony Asumaniemi is also in the thick of this fight. As up at the top you can see the LMP3s going side by side. Fabian Siegmann trying to make his way through, and he's ended up being successful in holding on to the position, at least at this point in time, on Johannes Troper. Very close to the back now for Rio Ackermann. Later on the brakes than Arnaboldi, but that does mean he doesn't get as good of an exit as the number 88, and so looks as though he's going to remain in position as they head down the main straight. Something's happened to the Bunkersaws car again, which has seen Eric Rojas drop a couple of positions, and has gone from what was a strong second place back down to 4th. It looks as though second down to 4th are all in formation, and they're in a very good position. Zach Hebert, huge slide for himself, and that is why there was a swap in the order of the LMP3s. It was nothing to do with the Boncasaur's car, but all to do with Hebert with a huge mistake.
Get this, Fabian Siegmann now, who's up into 5th place, and that was what we saw picture in picture, was him getting through for 6th position, and that was on Johannes Tauper. We've got a replay coming up now. So this is Eric Rohr. It's drama in. And Rohrs has to go off on the inside. It goes deep and that's through the final corner. Oh well, Eric Rohrs now was running second, now runs P4. Antti Piala for Havu rounds out second, and Agelos Fretos in the sister Rdoks 164 car now rounds out the top 3. But looking at it from this perspective, Fabian Siegmann is only 6.6 seconds away from Brian O'Connor in the LMP3 class lead. So that little decision to go in for a 4th pit stop has paid dividends for Team Heusinkveld 148, as Johan Neshev now closing in for... here we go! This is going to be a free-for-all, nearly 4 wide into turn 1 on the LMP3 division, as Antti Piala tries to go round the outside at the opening corner. Oh my, no it wasn't. Antti Piala, that was on Agelos Fretos, and then we've got Eric Rohrs, Fabian Siegmann possibly. Look at that, no, it's LMP2 and LMP3 traffic. So there are a couple of LMP2 cars behind, but Antti Piala for Havu runs P2 ahead of Rdoks setup shop 164 Agelos Fretos. And now we really have got a fight on our hands. Meantime, Ryan Fuqua is closing the gap to Maximilian Meyer. It's now 1.6 seconds. Oh, and a lock-up from Fretos. A lock-up also from Piala. And Fabian Siegmann's now up into P3. The drama keeps on happening here in Spain. And Fabian Siegmann is 1 place away from possibly securing Team Heusinkveld 148 with the LMP3 crown at this point. 3 minutes to go until the halfway point, and someone pinch me because the fuse has been lit with the Chinese fireworks here in LMP3.
Certainly has. It's been very, very fun to see these drivers who keep fighting. It's late on the brakes for Fabian Siegmann into the braking zone, but cannot quite make his way through into Lorenzo. Will try to make his way through once again, but the momentum has been broken. The Boncasaur's car is right back up to P2, where it belongs pace-wise, but they have had their trials and tribulations throughout the course of this race, but it is by no means over. Heusinkveld right on the back now, and the difference between those drivers on the last lap was that Fabian Siegmann set a 33.295, and the Boncasaur's car ahead was just under a second slower. So Fabian Siegmann has a huge amount of pace right now and is going to try and exercise this to full effect. Where can he see a gap on the 180? Is it going to be down this back straight and into dry? Zach is going to pull alongside briefly, but he's not going to get through Angelos Fretos is though. He's spotted a door open on the inside of Antti Piala, and he has very much gone through on the inside of Piala even, and he's made his way up to P4, and the gap between himself and the car ahead just under a second. But it looks as though they are going to keep fighting for that second place. It looks like they're going to keep fighting for that 4th place. There are fights going on in this LMP3 field, which are even more, can you believe this, even more scrappy than the very start of this race.
Siegmann to the inside, through he goes, and that is second position. Team Heusinkveld 148 now get through on Boncasaurus for second position. In the meantime, we've had a couple of penalties come through from race control. Major contact responsibility, stop and hold, 120 seconds for car 394. That is Jens Brothers competition. Another one Start infringement, drive through for car 162. Ryan O'Connor, you've got a drive through penalty, and another one for car 321. Raphael Heck in GT3 AM. Jens Brothers competition, that's going to hand the lead over to M&J downforce for Dash, with René Dressler still behind the wheel. But at the meantime, the big news, Team Heusingfeld 148 now into P2, but with the fact of Ryan O'Connor having to serve a drive-through penalty, now that's going to put Team Heusingfeld in match point here with 2 hours to go. But it is an absolute frenzy, like you rightly said, Joe. As Antibila exits stage right, Havu go off into the gravel, and maybe they can feel that a potential podium, maybe even an LMP3 race win was on the cards, but it might be all said and done right now at this point.
Certainly looks it. That is huge, huge, as this is now the fight for the race lead in one of the classes that isn't going to be affected by penalties. This is just on track, and Ryan van der Grijp has made his way through on Fran Labrada in the 211 XPD, but Fran has the momentum, has stayed in the car this entire time, and is very much trying to keep the lead in the GT3 overall. But the Maniti Racing Black just very much focused, very much trying to remain in. You can see a replay as to how he managed to make his way through. It was just an inside line move, and Fran Labrada was forced to concede the position. Otherwise there would have been contact between the two cars and they would have dropped down. They would have seen the wrath of the number 3 into the pit lane. Comes Fran Labrada, and I said he's been in the car the whole time. He's halfway through and he's called it quits.
36 laps done by Fran Labrada, and that is going to drop him out of the top 3. Sandro Petroziello for Team Heusingfeld 248 runs 8th at the moment in the GT3 Pro class. He's right behind Nürburgring Esports Klostertal's Arda Muldersu in the 287. Seems like that car's blinking has stopped since Jeremy Hubert got out of the car, but right behind them is Jonathan Goitisati for Inosis Esports in the 229 Mercedes-Benz. But here we go, this could be a change. It's a change for second. LMP2 for third. LMP2, Alberto Garcia Blasco in the XPD Racing number 33 has just been passed by Solpec's Michael Diaz. And now LMP2 is getting rather fruity at the same time, as this is the battle for the final step on the rostrum. And when it's said and done, I think it's around about 81 points you gather for third place, 90 points for second, 100 for a win in all the respective classes here in the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, presented by Rdoks, as we get this wonderful on board. And meantime, picture in picture, Sandro Petriozello is through for 7th, but oh no! Adam Rdoks has just got around, and he's just been clattered into, and 2 cars hit the wall. This could bring out our second caution potentially, dependent on the decision of race control. We'll wait for their decision on that. But Adam Rdoks, the front end of the Nürburgring Esports car, is an absolute mess. He's trying to get it gathered back up, but that right front and the bumper is absolutely destroyed, and it caused a chain reaction. Let's have a look at the replay, because this was big. This was big indeed. So Muldersu has got Petriozello to the inside. And let's see, was there contact? No, Muldersu hits the curb, tags the back, and then the car goes around. He holds his brakes, and then bang, gets clattered into one. And we've got a safety car. We've got a yellow. It's going to be another safety car. And it was Anton Shemish and Mike Gallant for Firefly E-Racing Silver and Echelon SimSport GT3 that have just been caught out. They came through, big head of speed, coming out of Sito Pons, down the back stretch. But you have to say that Adam Rdoks did the right thing. He held his brakes.
Yeah, he did. There was nothing he could do. Once he was sideways, he was a passenger in the incident, unfortunately for him. And yeah, that is going to be it in this race. You would imagine in terms of the competitive part of his race, he was running 12th. And now he's going to be dropping all the way back as Mike Gallant also shown the meatball flag has to come into the pit lane. And I can't imagine how long that repair is going to take. It's almost, they almost need a spare car at that point because of how wrecked it is. But of course, they will not be able to do that. And we will see what will happen with them. But it is our second safety car period of the race. And it does offer a little period of cooling for those drivers and those teams who had a hectic restart. And well, there's some drivers and some teams that I really want to touch on because their races have been completely flipped on their head. And I mean the 3-2-1 of the Jens Brothers competition, Raphael Heck and also Ryan O'Connor in the 162, two drivers who were in the leads of their classes and have had to rebuild. Of course, the 162 has come back out in 7th place. I don't know whether the Jens Brothers competition car has actually served the penalty, but they still lead their class. So it's going to be very interesting to see how that one goes, and it can also demonstrate how quickly that race can flip on a dime. They've got a little moment to reset, to breathe, and then if it's anything like that restart, they're going to have to be on it from moment one.
Raphael Heck has not served that penalty. Let's have a look at a replay again. So this is on board with Mike Gallant. Now this is an on board of when we have Ardan Mudursu. There's the spin, and he comes out of the corner, bang, straight into the right front, and that Corvette is a mess. And then, well, there was one car that was coming through. I think that was one of the that was a Mercedes-Benz that I spotted. So Patrick Schaefer from Firefly iRacing Red. So we are under safety car conditions, so 20 minutes since our last caution, because we went safety car and full course yellow at the turn of an hour and a half in. So now we're going to see that some of the drivers will get waved around, so at least they can then bunch up the field into their respective classes, and we'll go single file on the restart. But really good to get the onboard there from Mike Gallant. That car at one point had been running in the top 5 in the GT3 AM division. So this is where it's really helped a lot of the teams. And as you say, get a bit of a reset. There's the Finnish Endurance Academy white Porsche, the 377, piloted by Erikki Laitala at the moment. So Maximilian Meyer must be breathing a little bit of a sigh of relief, because he's got to do that restart all over again like we saw earlier on. So more to the point, Jens Brothers competition. Now, if Raphael Heck has not served that penalty, he could be very much, if that does not get served, they could be excluded from the race. And that is one thing they do not want to have to do, because they should be able to serve that drive-through penalty during this safety car period, which effectively means it helps them out. But when you think about it, that car has been out on track for 38 laps. So has René Dressler. And René Dressler and Raphael Heck have both been in the cars since the very, very beginning. And to be in there for over 2 hours, great work by both drivers. But a real shame for Raphael Heck. He's got to serve a drive-through penalty. And that was effectively today at 16:37. So that was about 8 minutes ago that penalty was issued. So he should be able to do that drive-through penalty, and I think he's probably right towards the end of the stint as well.
Yeah, you'd imagine so, as well, we are just over 2 hours in. You would imagine that they are, because the GT3s, unlike any of the other packs, do have very, very good stint times, in my opinion, in the OCD brain, because there's some cars that will come in after 45 minutes and then they'll have to come in after another hour and 20 or something like that, and it really throws you off. But they're able to come in roughly every hour. Of course, that's been extended because of the safety car period, but that's exactly when the GT3s are going to be planning to be coming in once again, and we will see. But yeah, I don't believe, at least, will be seeing the drive-through penalty served by Raphael Heck, but we will be seeing almost every, if not every, LMP2 into the pit lane. We have got all of the drivers in that pack.
Well, LMP3 as well.
Lane, apart from Jesus Nogué. And the same with LMP3. Is it going to be the same with the GT3s? Well, no. Ryan de Grijp is going to stay out. The GT Dynamics of Ross Booth is going to stay out. Adam Wright is going to stay out. So they're a bit spotty. But we have almost all of the drivers in the pit lane. I'm going to try and do my quick comms box maths now. There's going to be 10, 11, 12, 13 cars still out on the circuit, which means that we are going to be having an incredible, if we're discounting the 2 retirements, we're going to be having 31 cars into the pit lane at once.
There's a whole heap of cars in pit road now, so that means that Andrea Annaboldi goes back to the race lead for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. Leon Boying now takes over. Yeah, that's a great squad that Jens Brothers Competition have brought to him the majority of the rounds. So Leon Boying doing now taking over from Max Meyer. Great stint by the man, the all German pairing, and he's now currently P6. So yeah, it is going to be the case that some drivers will stay out. Some drivers, right? Okay, there's been a change at Havu in the number 25. Timo Korhonen has now taken over from Ossi Peltola in the 25 car. So a lot of changes are afoot. Jack Wilkins, I've just spotted, has just taken over in LMP3 from Zach Hebert in the Echelon Sim Sports car. So let's have a look. So apart from that, Irka Kotisalo is back out for Rusty Spatulas, all the way down in 41st position overall. And looks like the last car that is currently circulating at the minute on track, currently sitting 43rd at the minute, is Fury Sim Sports 231 Ferrari, piloted by Daniel Perry. So that is 15th, but obviously with the mechanical black flag that Adam Durso suffered as a result of that big old hoo-ha, and I thought, well, if that car gets collected, and as soon as I thought that, it happened. So fate of circumstance, not commentator's curse, because I didn't say it live on air when it happened, folks, but it was a pretty severe incident. Now, from my understanding, I would think here that now, with regards to the 321 car, that has had a change of driver, so that has now gone to Julian Eichenlaub. So they are able to do a pit stop, but they have to serve a black flag penalty under green flag conditions. So that car is going to have to take a second trip in the pit lane, which will compromise their result in this race. But nevertheless, you have to sort of say chapeau a little bit to Raphael Heck, because he did a mammoth opening few stints in that car. Looking through now, Lucas Hofrichter takes over from René Dressel in the M&J downforce for Dash Ford Mustang. So yeah, just to let you folks know, if you do want to watch some other sports car racing, we might have something a little special for you, but we still have 1 hour and 45 minutes left to go. I mean, I have never seen Ryan van der Grijp crack a smile. Sorry, words came out wrong there. Crack a smile until the 202 spun in front of him after collecting his front end with the rear end of the Echelon SimSport Corvette. So that was just like someone who was going, I'm glad I didn't cause any of that, because he was actually quite a well away. And we've known Ryan van der Grijp through the GT Open side of things when we do the Sprint and the Master races, which GT Open does have a couple of 90-minute enduros, but Ryan again is just showcasing how strong he is. You put him in a Merc, you put him in a Mustang, he is equally quick in both.
Yeah, and that's a real talent to have. There's a few drivers in the community nowadays that have a similar talent to that, and it's very incredible to see. Just the performance that they can put in basically any car, and I'm massively jealous. I will say I'm massively jealous of it. I think the only time I've ever had a vaguely decent amount of pace, I was driving an LMP2 or an LMP3 even, relative to the rest of the field, of course. But other than that, it's just been all a bit dreary. So the fact that they're able to do it in multiple cars is very impressive. And well, we will of course see all of these drivers in what is likely their best cars, because they're not going to go into this searching to be in a GT3 if they don't feel as though they're good in a GT3. Confidence is so very important in racing, and if you're not confident in the car you're driving, why would you drive it? Especially when budget and finances and all those sorts of things that go into a real life racing series aren't getting in the way. Instead, here it's just all about which one is your preference, which one are you going to choose to race. And well, of course, the budget comes into it, but a lot less than it would do as we head around a few corners, and we've got all of the cars bunching up at this point in time. We don't see LMP2s, LMP3s and the GT3s in order very often. The only time that we did earlier on, they were somehow 3 wide, and that caused problems for the drivers that were in that pack. But yeah, it's going to be very good to see these drivers racing for the next couple of hours. And well, it doesn't feel as though we've had a couple of hours gone by, because it's gone by in a flash. The racing has continued on and on and on and on. There's barely been a moment to breathe, which with 46 cars you'd come to expect, really. But the fact that they've actually been able to do it, rather than just the individual packs splitting out and then all it coming down to is the lap traffic. But they've been able to sort themselves out nicely, and they've been able to have some really nice battles. But what's also happened is there's been a lot of mistakes. And Andrea Arnaboldi would have not been predicting about maybe 20 minutes ago even, when that first safety car came in, that he would have been in the lead of the race, especially not when that safety car came out in the first place. So the fact that he's managed to hold his position there just demonstrates quite how open this race is, even if there are gaps that are like 8 seconds, 9 seconds, something like that. But they're all going to sort themselves out in the end, and they'll all just try to avoid mistakes as much as possible, which is the name of the game, more than speed, I would imagine. It's a race of attrition, of course. 4 hours is a very long time in terms of sim racing at the very least, and well, they are going to be taking this moment to chill and try and keep their stamina up so they can avoid said mistakes.
Yeah, some of the drivers that have been behind the wheel for, what is it now, over 2 hours and 18 minutes. Ryan van der Hype, Ross Booth, Fran Labrada in the 211. And that car was at the tail end of the GT3 Pro division and actually started basically stone dead last. So has been, you know, there's a lot of cars that have moved up 5 places. SD Corsa with Henry Mackenzie Friedman, currently running P2 at the moment, ahead of Fabian Siegman. Now, the thing is, well, Dennis Menzer for Stint 1 Motorsport SCC in the 222. We haven't talked much about that team in the Ford Mustang. Started with Moritz Koenig, and now Dennis Menzer is behind the wheel of that car, up 6 places at the moment. But the biggest loser is Fast Repair Motorsports GT3 202. And that has been the pairing of Abel Salan, and as soon as Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez took over, had that little touch with Echelon Motorsport in the Corvette, and then, yeah, that car has literally been brought down on its rear wheels with a big old bump, and not exactly helped them. But now that things have reset, that gives him a bit of an opportunity to go back charging. And also, I'm hoping the likes of Johan Neschev for Negative Delta by simgear.it have an opportunity. Right, okay. We're just waiting for some further penalties to come through very shortly. There has been a lot of work once again at race control for the SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship. Right, lights out on the safety car. And it is going to be Andrea Arnaboldi for Absolute Motorsport Aislith, followed by Walker Carroll for Fury Simsport and Solpec Precision Racing's Michael Diaz. Tony Asunyemi for BP Racing, and Ryan Fuqua for Hyperion round out the top 5. As here we go, revs rise, and we are going to be back under green flag racing very shortly. Pace car in the pit lane. And, well, the thing is, they look to be, well, they did accelerate from the start-finish straight. And now the LMP3s. Yep, so we are under green as, oh, to the inside, Fabian Siegmann took complete opportunity. But there have been a couple of, there's been quite a few black flags being popped up, but they are being cancelled by race control. Meantime, Fabian Siegmann through on Agilos Vretos for P3. But look at the concertina effect it's caused here in GT3. Petroziello closing in on Olivier for Solpec Precision, that's P6. There's a car off in the background, and it was a GT3 car. I'm wondering who that is. It might be Nicholas Maynard has dropped in the 277 100 force Lamborghini. He's down to 11th. Fran Labrada going side by side with Johan Neshev. This could be very close. They've got Dennis Menzer just in front. He's got a little bit of damage to the left side of the front bumper on the Stint 1 Motorsport SCC Ford Mustang. That is the battle for 6th, 7th and 8th in GT3 Pro. They've got Olivier Petriozello et al. Labrada there in P7. As well, we are under green flags. And now there's Leon Boeing. He's got Tony Asunyemi for BP Racing just in front. 1 hour, 39 minutes and 20 seconds still remain. So we're nearly into halfway through. As all, there's dramas. Johan Neshev, someone's lost a bumper a little bit further back. I think that might be the car to the outside. It's one of the Mercedes-Benz that goes off the circuit. And yep, that's the Mercedes that's going to pull straight into pit lane. That's Lars Wetzig for German SimRacing Red. There's more dramas. There's a Lamborghini in the background. That is Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez again. The 202s hit trouble. And there is also Jack Wilkins. Jack Wilkins, Echelon Simsport LMP3. Big damage to the car. It is in pit lane.
Yeah, it's in pit lane. That's going to be very, very unfortunate, especially with how this pack is built up at this point in time. And yeah, he's going to have to rebuild from the very start. The building blocks are coming back. There's a few drivers who currently find themselves in pit lane. Of course, the number 129 Echelon Simsport, Jack Wilkins. You've got the German SimRacing 267 of Lars Wetzig. And there is a few of those cars still in. We do have almost side by side just behind the Solpec car, and we're going to be having a look at this GSRC replay. What has happened to Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez here? The 202 mistake by himself, and he's going to be going backwards, uncontrollable in the gravel, and there goes the rear of that car. Unfortunate for himself. And that is going to drop him a lot of time and a lot of damage as well, as the top two in the LMP2 class now split by over a second. Second and third, though, in the LMP3s were side by side. That would have been the SD Corsa of Henry Friedman and Fabian Siegmann in the Team Heisingfeld 148. Those two drivers were very briefly side by side, but it looks like there may well have been a mistake from the Heisingfeld car, because they have dropped back quite a significant chunk at this point in time. Siegmann, though, is right on the back, so maybe a mistaken return for Henry Mackenzie Friedman, as the gap now is a second between the first and the second two cars.
Yeah, here comes Fabian Siegmann with a big head of steam. To the inside he goes, and that is off at the corner, now named after former Honda HRC MotoGP rider and multi-time race winner Danny Pedrosa. Fabian Siegmann keeps the throttle pinned to the outside as they head towards Aspar, and Fabian Siegmann unable to find a way through, but he is still going to put the pressure on the 187 of Henry Friedman. So a quick replay coming up now, and this is going to be what happens to Jack Wilkins, and this is going to be a big old smash very shortly. But what happens here? There's a tag, 3 cars into one, do not go. Jack Wilkins sideways, right side into the barriers, rear drive chain absolutely destroyed, and he was still able to crawl it into pit lane. Well held and well played by Jack Wilkins, but a shame he got the short end of the stick on that one. Meantime, it's Fabian Siegmann versus Henry Friedman. Another replay coming up picture in picture, and this is Johan Neshev just a moment ago, and that was with the XBD BMW, I believe. Oh, and he got a hit from behind. So that's why the negative delta by Simia.IT car has dropped down into 9th position. Nevertheless, it is the case of these drivers pushing to the absolute limit. Fabian Siegmann will have Jan Senkowski in his ears saying, Fabian, you know what we're capable of. Don't try and throw it all away by making one wrong move. Keep it on the black stuff and pick your moments, because they know if they get up into that 2nd position at least, they have secured the title in this division, and everyone else will be scrapping over the Sunday roast dinners, over what's left on the Sunday dinner. But at this point, Fabian Siegmann keeping the pressure on Henry Friedman for that 2nd place. Meantime, Eric Roras for Bonkasaurus is ahead, but it's not by much. The top 3 covered by 1.2 seconds. And after the first full course yellow and safety car, here goes Siegmann to the inside at Lorenzo. Can he get the slingshot? That is so close. He was a couple of inches away from the left side of Henry Friedman, who will have the inside line. Here into turn 1, but Siegmann to the outside. Can he keep his throttle pinned? He will try, but he must not succeed in the eyes of Henry Friedman. Henry Friedman definitely gave him the defensive variation of thou shalt not pass, but that is not deterring the man from Germany. To the outside he goes once again. Siegmann is fully committed. He is hell-bent on gaining 2nd position as they come out of Sito Pons and head down to Dani Pedrosa. Siegmann will have the outside line. He goes deep on the brakes. They're right next to each other. Oh, nearly clashing left rear to right front. Siegmann denied once again.
Yeah, denied once again, access denied, and Henry Friedman is putting on a very strong defensive performance at the moment, still keeping within range of Eric Rojas just ahead of him, but Siegmann is really trying to pressure, trying to hamper the progress of the SD Corsa right ahead, and really trying to force a mistake out of the 187. They will head down to the next couple of straights with still trying to find an opportunity. It's a lunge, it's a huge lunge from the Heisenfeld car, and he's gone way too deep into the corner, which means Friedman gets the exit and jumps back up into P2.
Just to let you know, folks, we've got the IMSA Vintage Series just starting on the Global Sim Racing channel, so once you've tuned out of what has been an interesting 2.5 hours so far for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship, but Friedman locks on the brakes. Siegmann is through, and that is 2nd place for the 148 Team Heusing-Felt LMP3 Ligier JSP 320, and now he's already pulled a gap. Leon Boying, however, is closing in on Tony Asunyemi for BP Racing. Boying trying to look this way and that, and just behind him he's got Hyperion Racing's Ryan Fuqua not that far adrift. Then also Daniel Espes, Timo Korhonen for Havu in the number 25. That car had dramas earlier on before we had our 2nd safety car period of the race. Leon Boying with a head of steam, trying to find a way through, but Asunyemi saying no you don't. Walker Carroll trying to close in on Andrea Arnaboldi. It's 3 in a line, and with them is going to be Michael Diaz. The 3 leaders line astern. There's a fast repair Lamborghini stuck in the middle ahead of Tony Asunyemi, Leon Boying, Ryan Fuqua, Daniel Espes, Timo Korhonen. This is going to allow Kevin Crosby for Nürburgring Esports Kasjushin and the likes of Adrian Kroll from Leipert Esports and Jesus Noguet from Fast Repair Motorsport. This is basically putting all our LMP2 cars in a bag, shake them about. And where does the order play out after an hour and 31 minutes? Well, stick with us, get your popcorn beverage of choice, and hold on for the roller coaster here in Andalusia as for the race lead. To the outside goes Michael Diaz. But Walker Carroll once again puts the frighteners on. Diaz to the inside, one to the outside, one to the inside, and Michael Diaz is through for second.
He certainly is. What a move from Michael Diaz. Just keep it in there, and there's a car off in the background. Car off in the background, managing to recover it somehow from the gravel. But a very nervy moment. The Jens Brothers competition car stays in. These drivers for the race lead are remaining in this fight, and Timu Koronen is looking for a move on Daniel Aspes as well now on the XPD Racing number 33. Still, these fights going on in this pack, and Leon Boeing just trying to shape up a move on Tony Asamanayemi. But he cannot find it. He cannot get the run with the slipstream on any of the exits of any of these corners. They continue on to what will be for the LMP2s at least the 88th lap. And Andrea Arnaboldi will be loving this fighting, knowing that this will be building the gap to the cars just ahead. And the BP Racing car in 4th place is 1.9 seconds off this podium now.
Go. Possible change for the lead in LMP3. Fabian Siegmund to the outside of Eric Roras for Bonkasaurus. Siegmund again trying the tactics that he did that worked so well against Henry Mackenzie Friedman. But at this particular occasion, Siegmund using discretion as the better part of valor. And now he's going to really start to tee up. The Bonkasaurus number 180 that took pole position, let's not forget, has been in the mire throughout this race. Had some dramas of its own. But can Eric Roras keep the ever hard-charging Fabian Siegmund at bay for the race lead? And at this moment, they are now 1.5 seconds ahead of the SD Corsa number 187. And in the meantime, well, it's not gone the way of how Rdoks set up shot 162, the pairing of Miguel Vigo and Ryan O'Connor. The drive-through penalty, that has cost them big time and has put the 162 car down into 5th position behind Johannes Trauper for TSR Racing. But this is where you can sense the jaw music ringing in the back of your eardrums, folks, because Fabian Siegmund will not be denied. Jan Sienkowski has done the main graft through the first half of the race. Now it's Fabian Siegmund's turn to pick up the pieces and run with it to the outside. Through into the final corner he goes. Can he get the switchback, get the over-under here on Eric Roras? The answer on this particular occasion will be a resounding no as we complete lap 88 in the LMP3 division. Siegmund again to the outside, gets that overspeed. And is he going to throw it to the outside again? He tries. But on this particular occasion, as they go through Expo 92, now into Michelin, and Roras now looking to be a little bit frantic in his defence here. That could be very, very crucial. Fabian Siegmund gets the tighter line through into turn 3, now down the hill into 4, before we head into the right-hander here at Cito Pons. Siegmund to the outside again, using as much of the curbing as he can to carry the momentum through the corner. Slightly uphill, and then it's downhill again. This is where the slipstream from Cito Pons down to corner Dani Pedrosa. Siegmund to the outside again, late on the brakes, and he's got the job done before the apex. Ho, ho, ho. That was cheeky from Fabian Siegmund. He runs a bit deep coming out of the corner. And then here comes Eric Roras to the outside, nearly exchanging paint off the panels. But Fabian Siegmund has got Eric Roras looking to the inside through in towards Aspar. Now into Angel Nieto, then into Peluqui. And still, that was a great move there by Fabian Siegmund. Got the run, got the side draft, went high, bye in quick succession.
He certainly did. What a move, and we saw what happened right there. That was very, very good racing from the LMP2 class, and they are just going to be continuing this fight as with an hour and a half to go, less than an hour and a half to go. The top 11 in the LMP2s are split by under a second to the car in front. Every single one of them is split by less than a second to the car in front, apart from as you've got the Leopard Esports car has just dropped outside. 1.2 seconds the difference.
Sorry to interrupt you here, Joe, but I've just seen a penalty come through. 17-12 pit lane infringement Drive-through penalty for car 62. Solpec Precision Racing, Michael Diaz. You're going to have to take a trundle of shame down the pit lane, I'm afraid, as Johannes Tauper is battling away for 4th position. So that is going to change the order once again. Walker Carroll from Fury Simsport will be promoted to 2nd. But look at this. LMP2 side by side at over 150 miles an hour into corner Danny Pedrosa. Johannes Tauper still keeps that position ahead of Ryan O'Connor, who was right with him.
Yeah, he's trying to stay right with him at this point in time. Ryan O'Connor's had a real up and down of a stint. Of course, he had that moment as now we are seeing a move at the back of that LMP2 field. We saw that Adrian Croller, I mentioned that Adrian Croller in the Leipzig eSports car had dropped out of the 1 second window, and now the fast repair car is trying to make its way through, and it's going to be later on the brakes. He took an offensive line, but he has been able to make his way through. The GT3s split themselves, and the LMP2s further up. It's 9th in the Nürburgring eSports Kesselchen number 87, 2.2 seconds ahead of the number 2 fast repair motorsport car at this point in time, side by side between the GT3s and the LMP2s. The LMP2s have managed to make their way through in the end, and of course those are the GT3s that currently lead that pack. It's Ross Booth just in that first spot in the GT Dynamics car. He's had a dramatic race. He earned the lead in that pack. And yeah, well, this pack is not looking like they're going to split anytime soon. Although, having said that, the top car in it, which will be Andrea Arnaboldi, has been able to build a gap of just over, and it's just about creeping over, 1 second.
I say, got to give a shout out here to Finnish Endurance Academy. Why, they've kept their noses clean in the 377 Porsche. The partnership of Erikki Laitala, who's currently behind the wheel, and Marko Nuolimaki, they are currently on course for potentially their best finish, which is a P4 at the moment. Oh, the 378 Maniti Racing Purple with Mauro de Molinaire behind the wheel has just got a tag. That was from Leon Boying in the 00 car just in front of us. They came out of Corner Lorenzo, and then straight away Leon Boying was on the throttle, and then a little bit of paint swapping between GT3 and LMP2. Not at that point, you don't really want it. Meantime, yeah, this is getting to be really hectic at the front end. The top 7 covered by 3.5 seconds makes that the top 8 in LMP2 covered by 3.9 seconds. We still have 1 hour and 23 minutes and 30 seconds to go. We're right on board with Michael Diaz, who is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty for pit lane infringement. Now that will either be for crossing over the pit lane exit line, or speeding when going into pit lane. So that car is going to have to serve a drive-through penalty, and that is going to release a certain Mr. Walker Carroll in the number 30 Fury Simsport car, and they will have an opportunity to close that gap. Now, in terms of the LMP2 side of things, Solpec Precision Racing currently P5 in the standings on 249 points. Their best finish was a P3 back at Portimao at round 1. Fury Simsport, they took 2nd. Then they didn't score any points at both Barcelona and Manicure, but they came back with a 4th place finish at Misano last time round, as there is Walker Carroll, as we see, going through. That will be on the M&J downforce for Dash Ford Mustang, with Lucas Hofrichter behind the wheel, having taken over from René Dressler. That car currently sitting P2 in the GT3 AM division, and is the Mustang meet in a Maniti Racing sandwich at the moment. But Walker Carroll just trying to get through. That will be on the 100 force Lamborghini, the 277. Nicholas Maillard behind the wheel as all. Michael Diaz from way back when, trying to close that gap to Arnaboldi for Absolute Motorsport at the sharp end. But let's not forget, they have to serve a drive-through penalty. They've yet to do that. And good driving there by Lucas Hofrichter, just to let the LMP2 traffic get through and run his own race. So that is going to allow Asaniemi to get through, who threads the eye of the needle. Meantime, Timo Korhonen trying to get through on Maynard in the 100 force Lamborghini, trying to chase down Daniel Espes in the XPD Racing LMP2 car that rounds out the top 7. And now, oh, this is going to get frantic here. Here comes Leon Boying with a big head of steam. And that is going to be round the outside of one of the Ferraris, I think from Maniti. So they get through. And now Daniel Espes on the back of Ryan Fuqua to the outside at Expo 92. Don't tell me you're going to try and move round there. No. Fuqua blocks it nice and neatly, turns the car in, allows the back end to step out ever so slightly and cover off the number 33.
Just ever so slightly, and allowed himself to cover off the number 33. Of course, 7th place Daniel Espes at the moment, and Ryan Fuqua, who has dropped down a little bit further down the order than he would have liked to be at this point in time. BP Racing and Jens Brother competition in the 91 and the 00 are going to be very close together. That GT3 is going to be getting in their way as they head into the braking zone, or getting in the way more specifically of the Jens Brothers number 0. Just not the BP Racing of Tony Asumaniemi, who is going to get through now. And Walker Carroll, look at that. He's up into the podium positions. Walker Carroll must have made a big mistake, but that was an opportunity taken by the 91. Good move, and well, the Jens Brothers competition car is going to try and take advantage. Looking to the inside of the next corner, doesn't quite have the run, and this is a great onboard to watch now, as that was one move made slightly further up. This may be another one very soon. He just needs to set it up perfectly. Does get a good run. Is he going to go for it into the final corner? No, but that is going to be a move from Walker Carroll. He's going to try and go back. This is a 3 wide with the GT3 involved in the battle as well, and Asumaniemi is going to drop down the position. Fuqua, in the meantime, has gone for the Senna Boeing, and they're going to continue that fight down to the first corner. Looks like Walker Carroll's managed to eke ahead of Asumaniemi, but then it'll be the inside line for Boeing into the next braking zone, into the first corner. He's going to be able to eke out just a little bit of a gap, enough of a gap on Ryan Fuqua just to keep himself ahead in the battle, and later on the brakes into the next zone, that'll be the move done for Leo Boeing, and that'll be Ryan Fuqua down to 6th place, and now we've got a couple of drivers right in behind, ready and waiting.
Yeah, the Hyperion number 4 car has the fastest lap of the race, a 1 minute 30.258 overall. But as we ride on board with Havu's Timo Korhonen, one of the very fast Finns in the division, he's closing in on the back of Daniel Espes in the number 33 XPD Racing Dallara P217. They've got more back marker traffic to get through on, and this is going to be, oh, what's happening here? Oh, Timo Korhonen gets held up a little bit, and that is going to allow Kevin Krojny to close on in the meantime. So there are 2 distinct trains now starting to form, because between Leon Boeing and Ryan Fuqua, the gap has now expanded to 1.2 seconds. And when you put Leon Boeing, all the 262 Solpec cars off the circuit, and nearly comes into back marker traffic, Leon Boeing to the inside of Tony Asumaniemi here at Lorenzo. And I think he might have just made it through. He covers off the Finn very quickly with cat-like reflexes, and Asumaniemi does not want him to stay in front of him as they head into Expo 92. But great cat-like reflexes for Leon Boeing. Meantime, to the outside of the XPD car goes Timo Korhonen from Havu. Oh, they nearly clash coming out of Michelin, and here goes Kevin Krosny for Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. He tries to go to the outside at turn 4, but cannot get the move done, but will have the inside line for Cito Pods. Not quite.
Not quite, but there are gaps, there are opportunities for these drives if they so would like to take them. Kevin Krojny looking to the inside of Timo Korhonen into the next braking zone. Can he get through? Not quite, and they're going to be very close between them. And on the exit, it looks as though there's going to be enough pressure on Korhonen for the car behind to get briefly ahead, but no, Krojny stays in behind in P9, and the 87 is going to try and find an opportunity later on in the lap, because it's not going to come there, but he does seem to have the pace to pick those positions up as they catch up to the next GT3s now. This could be very crucial in terms of the positions that they hold at this point in time. There goes one of the cars on the GT3. I think that's going to be Daniel Espes through, and Timo Korhonen is not going to be through, and he is going to be potentially under threat for position, as Michael Diaz, I believe, has just gone into the pit lane. Indeed he has, and that looks like that's going to be him all the way down the order. Unfortunate, but That is the way that it's going to have to be. Kevin Kroschny has made his way through on one, and they're going to go 4 wide into the first corner. Kroschny somehow has managed to make his way through on Jesus Nogwe, who just stuck a tyre in. Both the GT3s getting involved in that one, not backing down, not giving up. And, well, that'll be just about filtering their way through. It's Ryan de Grijp, and it'll be Jonathan Goitisadi for that third place in the GT3 Pro field. They are going to drop back now, but that was very, very dicey.
Well, the thing is, Michael Diaz has just had a black flag against his name, so they might have been too late to serve the penalty. That drive-through they had, but Jesus, no way. Madre de Dios, he threw it to the outside. But here is Ryan van der Grijp for Maniti Racing Black. That car was leading at one point, but the lead in the GT3 Pros has now gone the way of GT Dynamics' Ross Booth, who has been the absolute tour de force for the 203 Mercedes. We ride on board with a 278 Ford Mustang GT3. 12 kilos of ballast, and believe you me, folks, there's a lot of hard work that goes in behind the scenes when these drivers find out what the custom BOP is. And with 12 kilos of ballast, Ryan van der Grijp is still keeping that car competitive. He's 1.3 seconds behind Adam Wright in the Hyperion Racing number 244. So it is a Merc 1-2 in GT3 Pro, followed by Mustang. And then looking a little bit further back, M&J downforce for dashes. Lucas Hofrichter is taking time out of Maniti Racing White's Rudi Knöpfel. And the gap now is 1.6 seconds and closing. And at the meantime, this could be very, very crucial to how the GT3 AM standings come about, because at the meantime, what this would do is it would put Maniti Racing White on 396, M&J downforce for dash 380, as Ryan Fuqua, oh no, has lost a position. He's down into P4, P5, maybe make that 6, because Daniel Espes is right on his rear diffuser. Leon Boeing in the meantime has got through. Here goes Jesus Nokwe on Kevin Kroschny. This is the battle for P8 in LMP2. Kroschny tries to force Nokwe out of getting through, but a little bit of a tank slapper for the Spaniard. Nokwe might get the inside line for the next corner. They're going to go wheel to wheel for the briefest of moments. Kroschny kept it pinned round the outside, but Nokwe is not out of the doldrums yet. Here comes Adrian Kroll for Lightbird Esports. He's right with them. 8th, 9th and 10th have also got a 3-car battle ongoing. 1 hour, 13 minutes to go. Keep your eyes to the screens, folks. Don't touch that dial. Stick with us, because there's plenty of excitement left to come.
Certainly is, because well, this has been the nature of this race. The action has not stopped throughout the course of this 4-hour race. We had 46 entries, so of course that's not going to happen when you do have just 4 miles of racing. So you're going to have 10 cars at a minimum in every mile of the circuit. That is absolutely humongous. And well, we've got some disappointing news. Obviously, we've had a few drivers out of this race so far. We've not seen Nemanja Radovanovic and his Jens Brothers Competition 394 team for a while. We haven't seen the Nürburgring Esports Klostertal number 287, nor have we seen the Fury Sim Sports number 231. But there's another car that may well be seeing themselves out of this race, and it is the Fury Sim Sport number 30, as he has disconnected from the session. That'll be the one piloted by Walker Carroll. He has disconnected from this session. Very, very unfortunately. He's going to try and make his way back in, but of course he will be at a huge disadvantage now.
Not what Fury Sim Sport needed. Solpec Precision, black flag, so I think they've probably been disqualified from the race. Maybe because Michael Diaz has not returned to the circuit, but there has been a kick up of dust in front of Johan Neshev and Sandro Petroziello. So that is negative delta by simgear.it versus Team Heusingveld 248. And that is for 7th and 8th in the GT3 Pro Division. But what a shame. Walker Carroll disconnects from the server whilst running at the sharp end of the field, was running second, which means that Leon Boeing has got to find 4.3 seconds of distance between himself and Andrea Arnaboldi, who will be bringing the 88 Absolute Motorsport Acelith car home here. Nicholas Maynard. So there's a bit of an off-track excursion. That was by Dennis Menzer, and Nicholas Maynard takes no second invitation. You can see the front end damage to the Stint 1 Motorsport SCC Mustang. The bumper's indented, and the left front, well, it's not exactly fitting flush with the left front wheel, that's for sure. So maybe there's a little bit of damage on the steering Dennis Menzer is having to play with, and it looks like just behind is that Lucas Hofrichter. I think that might be possibly in the M&J Downforce for Dash car, but you can just see how close these cars are. There is a prototype coming up onto them, might be LMP2, but in the meantime, Leon Boeing has just taken a second out of Andrea Arnaboldi. We've got a race on our hands. Meantime, Team Heusingvelt's Fabian Siegmann is 5.5 seconds up the road from Eric Roras. Now this is where we see Team Heusingvelt 148 in their stride in LMP3. Once they get to the front, expect them to pull away, and they won by a massive margin last time out at Misano. And I'm going to have a look at the previous results, because LMP3, they were a lap ahead of the next four cars that finished the race, and that included the final two cars on the podium. Ryan Fuqua, in the meantime, battling away with Tony Estanyemi for BP Racing. This is for the final step on the rostrum, and D2B100 says both Fury LMP2 and GT3 cars disconnected at the same time. What are the odds? That is very, very strange indeed. I've never heard of a double disconnect from the same team that are on the same race at the same time. That is odd. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, I sabotaged the server just for them. No, I didn't. I'm just kidding. Just to clarify. Yeah, it is very unfortunate at this point in time. Does feel as though there is some level of sabotage, but who knows why? Maybe it's a location thing. Maybe they're based somewhere that isn't necessarily typically seen right here. Maybe Carroll and the driver that was in the 231 Matthias Tem were in the same location on the same Wi-Fi. Who knows? On something along those lines. Who knows? But it is very, very unfortunate for the Fury SimSport team. Both the 231 and, of course, the driver that was running in that second place in the number 30, who appears to have been able to get back into the session now. Walker Carroll is listed as being in 18th place overall, in 10th place in the LMP2 class, 2 laps down, but still in the session. There you go. There is Walker Carroll. He's back in the session, and well, that's good to see, even if it's nowhere near where he would have liked to be or necessarily deserved to be.
Well, I think he's going to be absolutely kicking himself after that, because we don't like to see it when a driver of that caliber, who is running P2 in this race overall, let's not forget, folks, and he disconnects. We had it with we also had Absolute Motorsport Acelith last time out. They disconnected with, I think it was 20 minutes to go on the server, if I remember correctly, and they finished 11 laps down. So it can happen to the best of them. But more to the point, we did have a penalty. Stop and hold, car 129. So Jack Wilkins, you've got to do a stop and hold in the pit lane, I'm afraid. That's Echelon SimSport LMP3, car running 10th in the division. But that is going to put pain to what has been a difficult race after we saw that big smash with Jack Wilkins a little bit earlier on in the race. But never mind, we head over to negative delta by SimGear.it's Johan Neshev battling away with Sandro Petriozello as there is the Bonkosaurus car getting through in the middle. Hello, Eric Roras. Where have you been? But he manages to split the two GT3 cars. This is a battle for 7th and 8th in GT3 Pro. So Johan Neshev has already been tagged from behind. Now, I'm just trying to see, does that Mercedes have a rear bumper on it? Probably would have done, because they would have repaired it in the pit lane. So that car is back to full fighting fitness. Nevertheless, that is going to be the case of, can Petriozello close that gap? We have got just over 65 minutes to go, and very soon we'll be going into the final quarter of this 4-hour race here for live coverage of the 2025-2026 SimRacing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks here at the Circuito de Jerez, with Alex Goldschmidt and Joe Black here in commentary. And a big thank you to everyone that has tuned in. And we've had oh dear, it's happened again. Walker Carroll's had a second disconnect within a few minutes, and I would think that might be the sign to Fury Simsport, maybe, I think, Joe, to call it a day.
Well, I mean, they could call it a day. They could do exactly what the car behind them, only a lap down on them now, the Firefly iRacing Silver team did, which is just go, well, this race is gone, we may as well pick up what we can. And, well, they seem to be doing pretty well. And if you have a look as well at, for example, the LMP3 class, you've got the Bonkasaurs team, Eric Rojas, in that second place. They were down and out. Suddenly, they found themselves right in the thick of the action. The same situation as well for the car that started at the very, very back of this field, was able to fight their way back through.
Another penalty. Stop and hold. 5 seconds for car 204. That is the that's the Fast Repair Motorsport GT3. So Arturo Vince Hayen is going to have to come in for a stop and hold for minor contact. Responsibility is deemed by race control. A big thank you to the race control team, one of the many unsung heroes that help organise this. Right, Leon Boeing has just come in to pit lane, as we see a little bit of activity in some of the GT3s. So we are just coming about towards the turn of the hour. Leon Boeing, 26 laps, so that's going to be pit stop number 4. Now, this is going to be interesting. Ryan Fuqua on the flashes to Tony Asanyemi. This is the battle for now what is P2 on the road as we ride on board with the Hyperion racing car. I'm sure that Brandon Wilson is probably in their Discord chat at the moment. A very good exponent in prototypes, and is not that far off of leading the Autobahn Sports Car Challenge as it goes into its next round. I think is probably a week from, just over a week's time. But yeah, again, with these onboards, you can just see how hard these drivers are pushing. And with the LMP2s, it's very much a case of minimise your steering input, but maximise your exit speed.
It very much is. It very, very much is. And it's a weird one with these cars where you sort of just have to open up the corner as you're mid-corner. And that's exactly what they're trying to do at the moment. Ryan Fuqua just chasing through. He'll have the dirty air as well, so he'll have to do a little bit more in terms of overcorrecting, all these sorts of things, which is very, very difficult to manage. But once you've got enough experience in it, which they will do after Ryan, I believe, has been in the car for an hour and a half, is desperately trying to he's trying to keep it within the range, and he may well be able to do so. Late lunge for Fuqua into the first corner. Contact between the two. They've took the GT3 in the meantime, and that is going to be a huge, huge moment, and that is going to drop that GT3 all the way down. I believe that it's going to be the Hyperion Racing GT3 of Derek Iberger in the number 244 coming out of the pit lane there. But that's not going to be who it was. It was actually Juho Huttunen in at that GT3 Anfield.
Oh no, the LMP2 and the GT3 BP Racing cars collide. Juho Huttunen on the short end of the stick. Right, stop and hold for car 391. Unsafe rejoin. Stop and hold 10 seconds as deemed by race control. So Juho Huttunen gets a tag from Tony Asanyemi through into turn 1. And then he's now going to get something on the radio saying, buddy, you got to pit, we got a 10-second stop and hold. What for? Unsafe rejoin. It can happen. That's why in sim racing, one of the cardinal sin rules you cannot break is hold your brakes if you go off the circuit. And we saw that with Adam Rdoks. We saw 3 cars go into one because one was not holding its brakes. And Teijo Korhonen is now closing in on Daniel Espes. Now this is for 4th position. As, Asanyemi comes into the pit lane. Kevin Krosny, Jesus Nohue for Fast Repair Motorsport. So this is going to give an opportunity to Leon Boeing to move up the order. Now these cars, the top 4, this is their 30th lap. As we are running close, 45 seconds until the golden hour, the final hour. Here at Jerez, Fran Labrada has been in that car all race long. 3 hours, I believe. So Fran Labrada has, I'm just going to see, Fran Labrada has been in that car, I think, from the very beginning. And that is a Herculean ask for the driver for XBD Racing of that M4 that started, let's not forget, stone dead last, as here comes the Nürburgring Esports LMP2 car. And that's Kesselchen, Rio Ackermann back behind the wheel of that now. So Fran Labrada, chapeau indeed. From last to 2nd position, closing in on Dominic Olivier. And let's put it this way here. He's only done 2 pit stops. And he's on his 32nd lap of this stint. So Fran Labrada is really testing the 211 XBD Racing GT3 BMW to the very limits of what man and machine can accomplish in a race.
He certainly is. He's doing an incredible job at the moment, is Fran. It's not like he's been able to switch his brain off and run in the same position. As you say, he's fought all the way through the field, so he had to really lock in and focus for the first hour or so of the race. And now he's still heading through the order, as that does appear to be a couple more drives in the pit lane. The LMP2 pit window is firmly open.
I've also just seen a black flag against the 204 Fast Repair Motorsport. Lamborghini Huracan has just been given the black flag. Arturo Vince Jaén might be out of this race, and we did see that with Solpec Precision, and there's been a penalty, drive-through penalty, car 241, and that is Sandro Marsani for minor contact responsibility. But this is the lead in GT3 AM. It's Maniti Racing Whites, Rudi Knöffel versus M&J Downforce for Dashes, Lukas Hofrichter, Ferrari versus the might of Michigan in the form of the Ford Mustang GT3. And there is a further 13.3 seconds back to Mauro de Molinaire for Maniti Racing Purple in 3rd position. What you have to very much think of here is M&J Downforce for Dash. They went for Detroit's finest, and in all appearances they have been running at the sharp end of the field, either a 2nd or a 1st place finish. They are hungry for that 3rd win out of 4 appearances so far here in the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship.
They are going incredibly at the moment, and well, there's been a number of these drivers today that have gone so very incredibly. I think there's even one mistake from one driver can cost your day, but there has been a number who've done a very, very good job just to keep it going. The likes of Leon Boeing in that 1st place. Fabian Schegman has taken that Heisen Belt 148 to new levels, and well, the Maniti Racing White, it's been more of a team effort as it has for the M&J team with Lukas Hofrichter in the car right now. They are doing a very, very, very good job to keep it so much quicker than the rest of the field. For reference, last lap, the lap times that were thrown in by these 2 cars were both in the 36.6s, and well, the time set by 3rd place Maniti Racing Purple of Mauro de Molina was 0.2 off, or 0.3 off actually. If you were to compare that, as they've just set to 36.5, they've gone even faster, so they're 0.4 quicker. If you were to compare that over one lap, doesn't seem like too much, but they've done 105 laps And if you are 4 tenths faster over every 105 lap, every one of the 105 laps, I know there's been things happening in the middle, but they would have an even bigger gap. It's an incredible feat for them to have built up, and they're looking to end this race very much on a high, but both of them are ready and within touching distance of the highest of highs, and the M&J car is going to try and go for the move on the inside line that he's going to get through. That's Lucas Hofrichter in that 3-1-1. The 379 not putting up much of a defence. He sits in behind knowing that he also has very similar pace, and if he can pick up the slipstream, he's going to be able to get through down one of the two very long straights on this circuit. They've got the one after Lorenzo, the start-finish straight. They've got the one after Chute de Pons, the back straight. There are two big opportunities for him to take that speed, but in fact it looks as though the M&J car has been able to break away, and in fact the Maniti Racing White is going to fall into the clutches of the car trying to lap through here, and will not be able to take full advantage of that slipstream that they were in, and in fact that gap is now up to a second. So Lucas Hofrichter, ever since making that move, has really gone flying, and Rudi Knopfel has dived into the pit lane.
Yeah, and the 5.4 litre Coyote V8 able to stretch the legs in front of the 3 litre twin turbo V6 of the Ferrari. Fran Labrada still battling away for GT3 Pro top honours. 55 minutes remaining on the counter as Jens Brothers competition in the 00 lead LMP2. Team Heusingfeld lead by 15 seconds in the 148 in LMP3. And here is the battle for the top two in GT3 Pro. Solpec Precision Racing versus XBD Racing GT3 MX. They are 3 tenths apart. Meantime, M&J downforce for Dash. Oh, we've had a yellow. This could be our third safety car period of the night, of the afternoon. Oh, it's gone full course yellow again. And Fast Repair Motorsports 204 has got a mechanical black flag and a black flag to boot. Safety car deployed with 54 minutes and a quarter remaining on the timer. 3 safety car incursions, and that neutralises the race once again. And Team Heusingfeld 148 must be thinking, oh come on man, we've just built up a 15.5 second lead.
And that'll have cooked their tyres as well, so they're going to have to come back into the pit lane, I would imagine, for potentially their final pit stop of the day. And hopefully, for his sake more than any other, Fran Labrada will dive into the pit lane to get rid of those tyres on the 211 and to get out of the car as well for the final time. Of course, just under an hour to go, and we will see what these drivers are going to be deciding to do when they head into the pit lane. Of course, they are not near it at the moment. They are in sector 1. They are just going through Chute de Pons, or the leaders are at least, and those at the back are not diving into the pit lane at this point in time. They'll wait to get into the pack, and then they will start to think about whether they're going to box or not. It makes sense for a lot of them, if not all of them, to decide to come in. I think that's the way it should be, that they are going to actually come into the pit lane, and we will see whether they do decide to do so. Of course, the safety car leading us through at the moment, and all the other drivers just stacking in behind our safety car driver at this point in time, and we will see what they are going to have the opportunity to do. There's a couple more penalties coming in as well. And car number 10, the latest to pick up a penalty, that will be Adrian Kroll in one of the LMP2 cars, specifically being the LMP2 car that's at the back of the top pack. Yes, he's 32 seconds off, but he will go from 9th place to a lot further down when the safety car comes in.
Yeah, so stop and hold, 60 seconds for Lippert Esports and Adrian Kroll. Major contact responsibility. So we are going to try and ascertain why we've got the third safety car, but I've got a feeling it's probably the 204 Fastlane Motorsport GT3, the number 204, the sister car of the 202, is currently still, well, that is still currently running 14th in class, as we've got the iRacing BMW M2 Cup safety car out with its lights ablaze on the top of the roof. So, well, Jens Brothers competition. Maximilian Meyer has done 2 restarts. Now it's Leon Boeing's time as the timer counts down. We are just checking to see what happens. And can't_frag says joined back, and it happens again 2 laps later. Reference Fury Sim Sports. So a real shame, as there goes the HP Racing 2 car in GT3 AM. Juho Huttunen behind the wheel, and Echelon Simsport LMP3 goes past, so they're waving around all the vehicles. So we'll have the complete wave around as allowed by race control. So safety car brings us into Expo 92. We are now on lap 113 out of a predicted 159 laps, and with just under 51 minutes to go. Tension is building here, Joe Black. I can't really call what's going to happen, but when we've had 3 safety car periods, including this one, it could be throw the cat amongst the pigeons and see what happens next.
I think that's going to be the way it's going to have to be. They're going to have to try and throw everything in this final hour. It's 50 minutes left in this session, and the Enns Brothers competition drivers lead the way in the LMP2 class. You've got Hyperion in second place, just behind of Nick Mercer. Jesus Nogwe in that 3rd place in the Fast Repair Motorsport, and then our former leader Francesco Petalan in 4th. Rio Ackerman in 5th place. He picked up a penalty right at the very start of the race. We've got some fascinating characters in the top 5 in the LMP2 class.
Yes, we have indeed. So there is Francesco Petalin back behind the wheel of the car that he started in as we went under green just over 3 hours and 10 minutes ago here in the Andalusian countryside at Jerez. And once the dust and the gravel has settled here in southern Spain, well, it'll be a different order going into Spa-Francorchamps in just 4 weeks' time. March the 7th will conclude the 2025-2026 SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks, as the safety car continues to lead the field around this 4.2 kilometre circuit, established back in, well, opened on the 8th of September 1985, and it has been a very big mainstay on the World Superbike and MotoGP calendars. Of course, MotoGP having their launch for the 2026 season in Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia, so more than likely that'll be at the Sepang circuit. Had the opportunity of going to Sepang, not for the main circuit that hosted Formula 1 for a number of years, but the karting circuit, where you can actually see the Paddock Club area right at from corner 1. So yeah, I've had the opportunity to go and commentate over in Asia. It is a wonderful part of the world, but the thing is, with the iconic tracks that we have visited so far in this series, last time out we visited Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. We've also had quite a lot of other great racing. Portimao. We had the pre-qualification back in September the 13th, as now it's going to be a frantic rush in the pit lane. And with us being under safety car, this is going to allow all our drivers to reset, get a fresh set of tyres on the car, get the cars fueled. Jesus Nahue is staying out, and he will take the race lead in the Fast Repair Motorsport number 2 car. Now that car started last in class. Fabian Siegmann now lights up the tyres. We've got a replay coming up now. So this is going to be the reason for our safety car. Oh, don't tell me it's LMP3 into GT3, and this is, oh no, Rusty Spatula's involved again, and Arturo Vicente Jaén into the barriers. Rear is a mess, car can't get going, and that would have been the reason for the mechanical black flag, and straight away full course yellow, followed by instant safety car deployment. So it's been a race for both cars to forget, as Jorge Sanchez Gonzalez has is back in the pit lane, but more to the point, Fabian Siegmann rejoins 3 seconds ahead of Eric Roras in Boncasaurus for the LMP3 division. But more to the point, Leon Boeing rejoins in 8th place in LMP2. Michael Ross now behind the wheel. We've seen the likes of Skylar Davis and a few others take the wheel of the 203. So yeah, so we've had Trevor Vavrovsky, Skylar Davis in recent rounds, and now it's Michael Ross's turn to get behind the wheel that now leads in GT3 Pro, and then it's still a Mercedes 1-2, but the big news is, look at Nicholas Maynard from 100 Force. They are P3. But look at it from this perspective here, Joe. I'm looking down the list, but here we go. Major contact responsibility for Car 10, Lippert Esports. Stop and hold, 60 seconds. Ouch.
That is going to hurt them. That is really going to hurt them. Of course, they're sitting on the podium at this point in time. Adrian Kroll in that car at the moment, in that number 10. He is going to have to succumb at that position, and not just that position, but most likely drop back to the back of the LMP2 field, and not just that, but also drop to the back of the LMP3 field. Not sure if he'll be so far back that the GT3s will be getting involved, but that will be a huge crying shame for himself. He's done so well to get himself up there in the first place, and it's all going to go awry now. We are going to have Nogwe, who will come into the pit lane this lap. That's interesting. I'm not quite sure why that would be, to see Nogwe in, as he's almost overshot the pit lane, but he will come in the end, and we'll get a brief preview as to where the number 10 is going to drop when he does come into the pit lane. Currently, he sits in the in second place in this race, just behind Petelan. But for how much longer is that going to be the case? Well, it'll be until the pit stops, or until the safety car come to an end. Both scenarios, which are dependent on that blue, white and red car right out front, which is of course the iRacing BMW M2, which is going to serve as our safety car today. 44 minutes left in this racing session, and well, it's all primed and ready for a very, very good finish. We've got Adrian Kroll in the lead of the Lippert Sports number 10. He's in the lead of the race. We've got a GSRC replay. What are we going to be having a look at here? It will be Adrian Kroll, and this is why he picked up that stop-go penalty. We are watching, of course, yeah, absolutely fair, just throwing that GT3 off. It looks like he commits to the corner, expects the GT3 to get out of the way, and instead just doesn't back out, just literally sends it into the side of him, and forces the GT3 to back out. But in the end, neither do, and the GT3 instead goes off onto the gravel.
I think that might have been the 267, possibly, German SimRacing Red that went off. So we'll have another look from a different angle this time around, as we've got 43.25 minutes left to go. Safety car still with the lights ablaze on the top of the roof. So here it is. So Nahue gets through, and here he comes. Oh, just clatters into the right rear, and then a second impact, and Franz Schopfer. That front end and that left side, where you can see that the left front wheel of Franz Schopfer's car towing in, and that was a big, big, big old hit. So no wonder Adrian Kroll just got more than he got sit in the naughty step, dunce his hat on his head, and a slap on the wrist for good measure, courtesy of the stop and hold 60-second penalty. So Franz Schopfer has managed to get that car looking back to normal now, after what was effectively a 10 minute and 44-second repair. So effectively, with that stop and hold 60, that is then going to promote Francesco Petelin for Absolute Motorsport Acelith. You can see him weaving the car a little bit from side to side, getting the tyres, getting the brakes up to temperature, because I don't think we're going to be that far away from going green for what could more than likely be the final time. Lights are out on the safety car. So we are just heading through Alex Criville, heading into Ferrari, and then into the final corner. The hairpin at turn number 13, named after multi-time MotoGP champion and a bloke that was with alongside Valentino Rossi for a number of years at Monster Energy Yamaha, Valentino Rossi. Right, it is going to be Adrian Kroll that is going to lead the LMP2 field and the entirety of the race with 41.5 minutes to go. Green flag set to wave on the start-finish straight here at Jerez for what could be the final time. We are green and we are racing once again, and now it's the run down to Expo 92. So good restart by Adrian Kroll. Meantime, side by side a little bit further back, Francesco Petelin has got Timo Korhonen behind. Oh, it's fourth place here. Round the outside we go at Michelin. Otto Hittala trying to get through. Oh, bit of a wobble there for Leon Boeing, but that is Rio Ackerman off in the Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen Dallara P217. Oh, he was running P6 at that point. And there goes Fabian Siegmund to the outside. Well, what a drama. Rio Ackerman gets a tag on the restart within the first half a lap, and he is spun around, and that really puts paid to the efforts of Nürburgring Esports Kesselchen. Meantime, Leon Boeing closing in on Fast Repair Motorsports Jesus away. Oh, Angelos Rdoks. Oh, he completely mistimed it and hit the right front of Adrian Dietzel for Team Huizinfeld 149. Meantime, Juho Salminen for the Finnish Endurance Academy White 377 Porsche is top 3 in the AM division. He's gone for second, and he's got it! Juho Salminen, you have arrived!
Certainly has jumped into the car for the final 40 minutes and has certainly arrived, throwing his way past the Maniti Racing purple car, which still tries to keep itself in the fight, but now looks as though it may well be coming under pressure from the Jens Brothers competition car on the outside. They are going to go neck and neck. There is barely anything to split these two, apart from the fact that one, which is the Maniti Racing purple car, was on the inside line. That was good for the first part of that complex, but not the second. That saw the Jens Brothers competition car through, and Julian Ekenlab, who really slingshotted himself through, ended up taking that third place. A dramatic start, a dramatic first lap back to green flag racing for the GT3 AMs, and well, it looks to only be getting started. The final 40 minutes in this competition. We've got the Rdoks setup shot 162 of Brian O'Connor. It's been a dramatic race for his stint. It's been a dramatic race as well for Niklas Hettinger, who's looking now to try and get ahead of the Solpec Precision Racing 262. It's Garrett Berry just ahead of him, and then he's got a buffer. He's got cars that don't necessarily need to get through right behind, because the next car that he will be racing on the same lap is the XBD car, as this is side by side involving the XBD car, and now it's the Enosis Esports, Jonathan Goitisati, who's going to pull ahead. They will remain side by side. Juan Carlos Botialorca in the other, and he's going to be on the green and white on the outside, but the red car of the Enosis Esports team is going to have enough to pull and hold ahead.
Black showing for Leipzig Esports. Adrian Kroll did have a stop and hold penalty for 60 seconds, and the black flag has shown on the live timing alongside Juho Huttunen for BP Racing 2 in GT3 AM, who currently rounds out the top 5. This is going to, with what's happening in GT3 AM, Lucas Hofrichter is now 2 seconds ahead in the M&J downforce for Dash Ford Mustang, ahead of the Porsche Finnish Endurance Academy Whites Juho Salminen and Jens Brothers competitions Julian Eichenlaub in the 321 Jens Brothers competition. This is going to change the order in the GT3 AM division, because it will mean that M&J downforce for Dash will take the lead in the standings on 390 points come the end of this race, if it stays as it is. Leon Boeing trying to close in to the likes of Jesus Nohue, Daniel Espes et al. The gap between first and what is 8th position is just over 6.1 seconds. 37 minutes might sound not like much, but in an LMP2 car it can feel like an absolute eternity as we ride on board on the front windscreen cam with the 00 into the final corner. And now just wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Now he buries the throttle out of Lorenzo and down into Expo 92. Very much a slight reverse of turn 1 at Kota up the hill. slightly blind apex to the right. So it's a bit of a mirror image, and then we go down through into Michelin, and then down the hill again through turns 3, and on the accelerator, up the gears. And then it's going to be the hard braking zone here for Sito Pons, which is also uphill. And then we keep an eye on the telemetry. Leon Boeing with the throttle pin went very, very wide coming out of Sito Pons and lost a good couple of tenths of a second into corner Dani Pedrosa. Hard on the brakes from 150 to around 50 miles an hour, probably in around second gear. Don't shift. Sometimes in these LMP2 cars, you don't need to shift all the way down to second, because you want to get that traction pull coming out of the corner, and especially in a tight technical circuit where traction is at a premium, you want to put your best foot forward, and Leon Boeing is trying everything he can, but with 35.5 minutes to go, there is still plenty left to play for here in every single division. But at the moment, the battle between GT Dynamics and Hyperion Racing GT3 Pro is very, very close indeed. 0.4 of a second. Garrett Berry trying to dive to the inside of Johan Neshev for negative delta by simgear.it in the 281 Mercedes-Benz. They've got the Maniti Racing black car of Kevin Tavares just in front, who's taken over from a very, very strong opening stint or two by, well, it was Ryan van der Grijp, Rudy Knöpfel, and now it is going to be the fact that Kevin Tavares is going to bring the car home for the Maniti Racing squad. But here we see top 3, Linus Stern, Petelin, Korhonen and Nick Mercer. Mercer back behind the wheel after a great middle part of the race by Ryan Fuqua. The gap between the top 3 is 0.7 of a second. Otto Hietala now back behind the wheel of the BP Racing number 91 car. Chases them down in P4. Daniel Espes holding on to 5th. Jesus Noé, Leon Boeing now through into 7th position. Adrian Kroll has served his stop and hold 120 seconds, and that has put them 9th in the classes. There is the BP Racing 2, GT3 and Mustang. They've got to be very, very careful. All 3 thread the eye of the needle, get through nice and cleanly. And here we go. Lap 120 now completed. Predicted 157 laps. With the fact we've got 33.5 minutes to go, it's anyone's guess on how these last 33 minutes will determine how the championship will lie going into the final round in a month's time at Spa-Francorchamps.
It's incredibly, incredibly unpredictable. I mean, for example, you've got the top 3 in the LMP2 class split by just 0.7 of a second, and you've got the BP Racing car of Otto Hietala just behind as well. Of course, Team Heisekveld have been able to build up a gap at the top of that LMP3 field, but everybody else still within range of Bunkasaurus for that second place. It's 8.5, the gap between Heisekveld and Bunkasaurus. Then it's 0.3 to SD Corsa. It's 1.2 to TSR. It's 0.3 back to Rdoks, and that's just the top 5. And then in the GT3 class, in the GT3 Pro class, it's the GT Dynamics car just ahead of the Hyperion, and the 100 Force not too far off as well. The Maniti Racing Black leads another pack with the Solpec, the Negative Delta, the Heisekveld in there as well. And then in the GT3 AM class, it's MJ Downforce for Dash who've been able to build up that gap at the start of this stint. Not sure what's happened to the Enns Brothers competition car. They've not been able to hold a candle since the safety car came in.
No, Leon Boeing running in the 131 4s. Leaders running 131 8s and 9s. So here goes Nick Mercer to the inside. Oh, at turn 1. Timo Korhonen managing to keep it pinned on the throttle modulation in the number 25 for Havu at this point. And at the moment, well, looking at Havu's run, they have not placed in the top 3 all season long. A spated 4th and 5th place finishes. And even if Nick Mercer in the number 4 for Hyperion who currently sit on 281 points. If they stay where they are, this will put them on 362 points. But this could be a little bit of a closing affair with regards to where Leon Boeing is at the moment. And with regards to the points, well, 7th position, that's 53. So that could really put Hyperion right up close going into the final round of the series. And Havu, well, if they stay ahead, that is going to put them... We might have a real title battle on our hands, folks, because looking at it from this perspective, it would put Jens Brothers Competition, if they finish 7th, that puts them on 385. Hyperion Racing, that'll put them on 362. Havu, if they stay 2nd, that'll put them excuse me, 368 points. So imagine that a 50+ second lead in the series and one race that doesn't go your way. I think what Leon Boeing and Maximilian Meyer need now, with 30 minutes exactly on the timer to go, as we have a look at the lead in GT3 Pro, they have got to expect a miracle right about now, as Derek Heiberger closing in on GT Dynamics Michael Ross. And not too far behind them, Nicholas Maynard for 100 Force rounds out your top 3 in the pros. They are covered by just over 1.1 seconds with 29.5 minutes to go. Throw in multi-class sports car racing and you've got a mixing pot that is really going to change how the championships might stand. But at the moment, Team Heusingfeld at this point are that little bit of distance away. Picture in picture, we've got the battle for what is P2 for GT3 AM. Juho Salminen versus Julian Eichenlaub. Then we've got Maro de Molinaire, and I think maybe in the back of shot, Marvin Bear might be close. No, he's not. That's the Echelon Sim Sports GT3 Corvette that has also been very unlucky. Here goes de Molinaire on Eichenlaub. Eichenlaub covers him off rather nicely and says, no, you've got to do better than that, and I've got more torque in my rear axle than you've got for days. But here goes de Molinaire to the inside at Danny Pedrosa. Can't quite get through, but Eichenlaub is positioning his car exactly where he needs to. He's got track position advantage, which means he's got the right of way.
Certainly does. I think GT3s, and I was just thinking this, and this is something that I've had an opinion on for a very, very long time. The GT3s often are the best races. The LMP2s and LMP3s sometimes can be the best. We've got to replay in the top corner of your screens as to what's happened with Havu's Timu Korhonen, and he was able to get through up a position, so a very good move there, just setting it up very, very nicely. But yeah, the GT3s, I think, set up better racing, because of course they aren't worried about lapping through other people, but what they are worried about is those cars coming up on them and the approaches they get to them. So it's a psychological battle as well as a proper one on track, as Mauro de Molina looks to the inside of Eichenlaub into the first corner. Now that scares Eichenlaub a little bit, and that means that into turn number 2 he's going to have a bit more of a run, but he's just going to be a bit later on the brakes is de Molina, which means that for some reason Eichenlaub goes even deeper. I think Eichenlaub there went on the brakes nice and early, then saw how close de Molina was going to be, lifted, and then went on the brakes again. So his exit was poor. That's a pure mistake from Eichenlaub, and that's a very well set up move from de Molina.
Yeah, and with that move, effectively Hyperion will be heading in. If it stays like it does now, with 27 minutes to go, Jens Brothers Competition, they have now moved up into 6th position, which gives them a few more points, which puts them 392. Jens Brothers Competition, Hyperion Racing at the moment, 2nd place, 371, and then Havu That is going to very, very much... That's probably going to put them, I think... That's going to put them very, very close. But I'm just working it out on a calculator whilst writing it down, so that's how I make sure that my maths are correct. Meantime, Garrett Berry. Picture in picture. And Maniti Racing Black closing in. There goes Johan Neshev to the inside, and here goes Nick Mercer around the outside. Oh, he nearly got the job done on Francesco Petelin. Petelin kept it parked on the inside of Lorenzo, and Nick Mercer had a sniff at the race lead. This could be crucial for Hyperion's charge for the LMP2 crown.
Could be absolutely vital, and Absolute Motorsport A-Slith just on the inside. Hyperion trying to go the long way around but cannot quite find the run. They will continue this fight throughout the remainder of this lap, and I'm sure further on, but you can see in the background if they make a mistake, then Havu, then BP, then XBD are there to challenge, as we've got to overtake for the lead of the race in the GT3s. That'll be Derek Heiberger getting ahead of the GT Dynamics car, which has been piloted for an incredibly long time, or it was earlier by Ross. Now it's Michael M. Ross even in the car, and well, he's managed to hold on to that second place, but he has dropped down. So these two drivers, these two teams coming back around again and having a fight. It's deja vu, but this time it is for the lead of the race. Looking switching back until the lead of the overall race. 25 minutes left. We've got the Hyperion chasing still on the Absolute Motorsport A-Slith, and he's going to have problems getting past that's GT3, and that's going to open the door to the Havu Racing car in behind. Teemu Koronen is going to try and make his way through. It's going to be 2 by 2. Somehow through all of that, it's going to be Francesco Petelin to stay in the lead of the race. Nick Mercer loses out, and Teemu Koronen moves up into that second place. Otte Hitala waits in the background, and the XPD Racing car of Daniel Espes is back in the fight as we cross over to the 126th lap.
Oh, well, talk about drama here in the final 25 minutes. It is all kicking off as Francesco Petelin wants to bring A-Slith, or Absolute Motorsport A-Slith, to their best result, and it would put them as a new race winner this series. WSR Esports, who withdrew, took first blood at Portimao. XPD Racing won at Barcelona, then Jens Brothers Competition did the double at Magny-Cours, and then Misano. And Daniel Espes is still ahead of Leon Boeing, but here we go to the inside, and that is Juho Salminen, who is keeping out of the way of the LMP2s. He's got Nick Mercer closing in. To the inside goes Mercer down the hill through turn 4 towards Sito Pons. A little bit further down the track, actually, my apologies there. But Juho Salminen has done an absolutely sterling job for the Finishing Endurance Academy White Porsche. They are running P2, but MJ Downforce for Dash are running away with GT3M. They're 11.7 seconds up the road, and with 23 minutes to go, it's fireworks in LMP2. Heusingfeld 148, 17 seconds up the road. Can the pair of Setkowski and Siegmund finally realise the dream of taking the LMP3 title with 1 round to go? But who is going to win in the top tier class LMP2? It is Petelin, Korhonen and Mercer. They are your top 3. They are covered by just under 7.5 tenths. It's like the unstoppable force versus all the immovable objects, and no one wants to put their cards quite yet to show their hand on the blackjack table.
Yeah, they do not quite yet. Not quite yet. But we will see them trying and trying and trying to really hammer home their points and really try and open up their last 20 minutes to give themselves the best possible opportunity. It's like saving all your cards for the end of a round. You know that you can really try and hammer home that point, and you can really build up that momentum. GT3 off of the road, and Nick Mercer could be setting up the move of the day here. 3 wide, and he has the balls to stay on the inside line. Teemu Koronen brakes earlier, and Nick Mercer pulls through. What a move.
I think, as the Spaniards would say, he definitely had plenty of cojones to pull that move off. And Nick Mercer not only pulled that move off, he's pulled a gap. Now, bearing in mind, Otto Hittala, Daniel Espes and Leon Boeing, the top 6 in LMP2, with 21 minutes on the timer remaining, are covered by just 2.3 seconds. Someone's going to light the powder keg fuse. Who will it be? Stick with us. Stay for the roller coaster here in Jerez in Andalusia, as now we've got a side-by-side battle in LMP3. Johannes Tauper trying to get through, and that is going to be on more than likely, well, that's one of the Rdoks cars, so he's battling away with Ryan O'Connor in the 162. But my goodness me, Fabian Siegmann in the LMP3 class lead. It's not only 14.2 seconds up the road, he is ahead, he's 9th overall, ahead of Leipert Esports' Adrian Kroll. What it could have been for the number 10 from Leipert Esports had it not been for a stop and hold 120-second time penalty. Right, post-race penalty for car 281, pit lane infringement, now converted from a drive-through to a post-race 25-second penalty. It goes to Johan Neshev for negative delta by simgear.it. That is going to dump them out of the top 6.
And that is going to be a huge shame. Again, another car that's had a lot of pace but hasn't been able to take full advantage of it today. There's been a number of those, and that's another one added to this list. Under 20 minutes to go now, which is why that has been converted to a post-race penalty, because there's not going to be enough time for them to be properly punished for what happens there, as what has happened there.
Another penalty. Agilos Fretos, 164, Rdoks. Minor contact responsibility, stop and hold 5 seconds, converted to a post-race 30-second penalty, as Kevin Tavares finds Francesco Petelin to his inside. There is also Nick Mercer, Daniel Espes. Who is that to his outside? That's Leon Boeing! Up to 5th goes the double O. Well, it might be the fact that Leon Boeing has found his stride in these last 20 minutes, but now wait for the man from Germany to start pulling some very ridiculous moves at the places you will least expect it.
Yes, he's certainly going to try and do so. There's overtaking opportunities as the GT3's off the circuit. There's overtaking opportunities mostly into Expo 92 and into Dry Sack at the end of the back straight. Those are the 2 prime spots. But if there's a mistake made anywhere else, then you can open up your chance. You can open up your door, and then the other driver can try and sneak through. And as we head down to the end of the race, it is going to be very much more open in terms of when they are going to make those moves. The risks are more worth it at this point. They are very much more worth it because you can pick up points, you can pick up opportunities, and you can try to pick up those valuable places which can give you massive benefits at the end of the season. Closer than ever between the top 2 drivers. Francesco Petelin is going to hold the lead, but for how much longer? Nick Mercer's driving an incredible final stint, and he will top it off by taking the lead and just cutting across in front of Francesco Petelin. That could be a controversial moment. Nick Mercer hands the position back, and that is just potentially him escaping a penalty, because it did look as though he squeezed Petelin into that GT3.
Yeah, it could really be the case that to find a little bit of favour with race control, we are coming down to the final 17 minutes of the race. And at the moment, well, the top 3 teams in this, what has been an absolutely rip-roaring 3 hours and 43 minutes here for the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship presented by Rdoks, penultimate round of 2025 and 2026. Absolute Motorsport are 16 3/4 minutes away from a potential first race win of the series. They've had to wait for a very long time as they get through on the Hyperion Racing car. That's the leading GT3 Pro, Derek Heiberger, who will keep out of the way of teammate Nick Mercer. They go through Michelin. Nice to see the two cars side by side. Could have been a brief photo moment for the team there, you never know. But again, with the top three in this LMP2 division, I would not count out Leon Boeing. Now the thing is he is closing on Otto Hietala from BP Racing. Now the gap between them is about 4/10. So down the back straight, this could be the opportunity for Leon Boeing maybe to get through if there was not a GT3 Pro in the way. However, this is where these last 15 and a bit minutes, it tests intestinal fortitude. If you've been in the car for a long time, here in this race, your muscles are going to be aching like crazy. The adrenaline is going to be through the roof. Your brain scrambling as here goes Nick Mercer. That's through on Timo Korhonen for second position. Now, Mercer has to do two things at the same time. Defend from Timo Korhonen. So here is a replay, picture in picture. Timo Korhonen opens the door. Nick Mercer sees the light at the end of the tunnel, seizes the day and takes the advantage. And now he can go hunting towards the Italian in front of him.
Can do, and he's been hunting and he's been successful before, but it was the nature of the move that made him hand it back. And so he's going to be chasing down that car in front, knowing that he's most likely the quickest of them all. Looking back at the LMP3 class, this is a battle for second place, and this is a battle between the SC Corsa and the Bonkasaurus car. You can see the Bonkasaurus car just trying to get through on the GT3, and it'll be the SC Corsa just in behind, trying to take the opportunity, trying to take the inside line, but nothing yet for Henry Mackenzie Friedman. He's going to try and get the slipstream down the straight. He cannot quite do so. The GT3 might be frustrating for Rojas as he heads into the first corner, but in fact he's done Rojas a favour. He's built up that gap, and it'll be two corners as Michelin will see the Friedman still in behind the GT3, and that means the gap will open up between the two drivers. That is how you use traffic effectively. That is a lesson in doing so, and that is a very, very good defence for yourself for the number 180.
14 minutes to go, and now the battle heats up for second position in the GT3 Pro division. So just under 14 minutes remaining, and it is the case that Nicholas Maynard in the 277 100 force Lamborghini, partnered with Dan Griffin. He's trying to close in, but there is the Nürburgring esports Kesselchen car, Rio Ackermann, who also had dramas, turned around on the restart that we had just over half an hour ago, and is currently sitting P8 at the minute. Leon Boeing now closing in on Otto Hietala. So that battle for fourth position. So there could be an opportunity that damage limitation will be the modus operandi for our team leading the LMP2 standings. If they can get that car to fourth position, that's 73 points, and that will put them on 405 going into the final round of the series in just 4 weeks' time, March the 7th. And you can catch all the action here on the Global Sim Racing channel from the tail end of qualifying to the checkered flag. There we see the battle for P4, and it is being hotly contested because not just is Leon Boeing piggy in the middle, he's got Otto Hietala in front of him for BP Racing, and look, he's closing in on him corner after corner. They've got XPD Racing's Daniel Espes right behind, so it is going to be down to the wire. Lap 144 set to be completed out of a predicted 157 laps, and still with frantic pace, Leon Boeing 1 minute 31.449, Otto Hietala 1:31.573, so over a tenth taken out of the Finn by the German behind him, and Daniel Espes waiting in the wings to see if he might be able to pick up the pieces, but not too far in front is Havu's Timo Korhonen in the number 25. He's only 1.2 seconds from this battle. I'm looking at it from this perspective. Timo Korhonen is probably one of the slowest drivers out of the LMP2 top 5 in this opening sector. The second sector, very, very technical. You've got to make it whilst you can. And Leon Boeing, last lap, 1 minute 31.449. And that was around about a 0.127 seconds that he gathered up on that previous tour. But he lost a tenth and a half in the middle sector to Hietala. So there is every opportunity. Well, if Boeing and Maya finish in fifth position, that is going to be 66 points to their credit, and we'll put them on 391. But meantime, race lead comes front and centre through turn 1 at Expo 92, and it is Francesco Petelin versus Hyperion Racing's Nick Mercer. Gap 3.5 tenths of a second down the hill through the sweeper. The left-hander here at turn 4 before they go hard on the brakes into Sito Pons. Meantime, they are dropping Timo Korhonen by a little bit, but can the three behind start to reel them in? That's the key point. Less than 10 minutes to go until the checkered flag. And Absolute Motorsport have got to do what they can. Nicholas Maynard closing in on Michael M. Ross for GT Dynamics. And look, there's Garrett Barry. They do say that 2's company, 3's a crowd here, Joe. And I think if Maynard and Ross start battling, Maynard using the wiper blades to clear the dust off the windscreen, this could bring Garrett Barry into the mix for second position for Solpec.
Very easily it could. Garrett Barry could be right in the thick of things just suddenly, because he is about 5 tenths back at the moment. He's not really trying to challenge with these two. If one of them is to make a move or an attempted move, then Garrett Barry is going to try and predict which one of them is going to come out on top and try and follow them through nice and simply. If it's going to be Nicholas Maynard, then that's going to be even simpler, because the gap will be opened up by the number 277, and then he can just sneak through alongside him. If it is the 203, it's a little bit more difficult, because then the 277 won't have opened up that gap. The door will be slammed firmly shut. But if he can make his way through on Nicholas Maynard, then he can get his opportunity to have a stab at Michael Ross for that second place. 2.7 splits themselves and the leader, so it's not down and out just yet, but it's not looking very likely that they will be having that challenge here today. But Garrett Barry just trying to remain in that fight for the time being. There's a couple of very interesting fights for podium positions. It's a very similar one in that second place for LMP3, Bonkasors and ST Corsa, who we've just been made aware is Bonkasors is ST Corsa's junior team, and then it's interesting to see them leading here today. And then we'll have a look at the LMP2s, and the top 3 split by less than a second, and it's very, very tight between very much everybody on this racing circuit with 8 to go.
Okay, penalty has just been handed out by Race Control to car 241. Firefly iRacing Red, moderate contact responsibility. Stop and hold penalty now converted to a post-race penalty, time added of 35 seconds. 7 minutes and 40 seconds still to go here at round 5 out of 6. And again, just a big thank you to Max and the team behind the scenes here at SimRacing Republic for what they've been doing. Look at that. I was going to say, is he going to start putting his feet up on the desk anytime soon? Well, he's been a very, very busy man, so along with the rest of the team at SimRacing Republic. So a big thank you to Race Control. Without people like them, they're the unsung heroes and also admins of the league, people that organise the Discord. A big thank you to every single one of them for bringing a really good championship. Of course, for those wondering, the SimRacing Republic SportsCar Championship very much echoes the European Le Mans Series, as we ride on board with Nicholas Maynard in the 277 100 force Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, 5.2 litre, naturally aspirated, mid-mounted rear-wheel drive V10 against the might of a Falterbach. And still, at the moment, Michael Ross trying to put on a defensive clinic, but you can see in the rear-view camera, top right of shot, there is a certain Garrett Berry from Solpec Precision Racing. They're looking for a top 3. And yeah, like you said earlier on, Joe, that's why on Bonkosaurus we've got the caution tape showing on the livery of the 180, being the junior team. So like, yeah, caution, just watch out for them, folks. That's why they probably put them on there, just in case. But nevertheless, 6.25 minutes to go, and it's 1.7 seconds covering the top 3 in LMP2, 25 seconds covering the top 3 in LMP3, and here we have second, third and fourth covered by half a second in GT3 Pro.
And they are, and well, I mean, you talk about we need watching out for them being very, very quick, because here is a move potentially. Garrett Berry dropping down a position. He's in 4th place, and he might be dropping down one with Captain Tavares trying to chase, but Nicholas Maynard is currently the driver under pressure. Garrett Berry is going to try and go for a move. It's around the outside, around the final corner, Lorenzo, where he chooses to make his attack, but just tucks back in. There is not enough overspeed for him to find that move, but a door open, and well, Garrett doesn't quite take it, but he knows that that door can be opened back up again. It's like a padlock. If you pick it once and it starts to jiggle, you know that it may well be getting very slack very soon.
Yeah, looks to be that was Franz Schopfer in the 267 German Sim Racing Red Mercedes-Benz getting out of the way. Nicholas Hettiger now behind the wheel of the 248 car and is closing in on Johan Neshev, who has got the team has got a post-race penalty. That'll be converted to an additional 25 seconds. That'll put them into the sharp end of the GT3 side of things. Of course, there are also standings as Garrett Berry tries the old Nigel Mansell dummy up the inside of Maynard. Oh, inspired move there by Garrett Berry in the Solpec Precision Racing car, but Nick Maynard straight back at him, rubs paddles. Berry keeps the throttle pinned in the Aston Martin. Down the hill they go, and Berry's still going to chance it. Can he get the run through into the next corner? Yes! Great work. Garrett Berry gave the old Nigel Mansell dummy to Nick Maynard and said, how about them apples?
Very, very good move. Garrett Berry onto the podium, and we knew it was going to be something like that when he tried to chance it around the final corner. We knew that he was going to be bold and brave, and we knew that he was going to be able to make that move stick, and he's done exactly that. 3rd place for Garrett, and it's very hard earned, but he's very, very, very deserving of that position right now, and well, he holds on to it. This is going to be the fight. Ryan D. O'Connor, who's had the most dramatic races, I think, of everybody in terms of his stint, apart from that GT3 that made their way through from the back of the field. It's going to be Ryan O'Connor, who's gone up, who's gone down, who's gone all around, and he finds himself just below the mid-pack here, 6th place, and 5th for Nicholas Schegerstrahler in the number 125 Havu, right ahead of him, and well, with 8 cars in that leading pack with the LMP3s. A couple more cars making this the battle for the halfway house, but O'Connor is all over the back of him, hoping that there's going to be a mistake.
3 minutes to go, and time is fast running out. Francesco Petelin brings us on to what is going to be lap 141, and he's right behind the 231 Fury SimSport Ferrari 296 GT3 in the Pro Division. Going to dive to the inside here at turn 4. Matthias Temi keeps out of the way. And this is where things are really looking good. And he looks very, very calm at the moment, Francesco Petelin, but he's a bit like a duck paddling on a pond. The surface is calm, but it's going like the clappers underneath. But you can see that he's not wanting to celebrate yet. It is too early. They go through sector number 1, and he loses a little bit of time to Nick Mercer. The gap comes down to 0.6 of a second. But what a roller coaster it has been for the all-Italian squad, as Petelin partnered with Andrea Boldi. And there is Nick Mercer, partnered with Ryan Fuqua. They sense a little bit of a sniff, an opportunity here for the potential race lead, which could lead to victory. Leon Boeing trying to close in once again on Otto Hietala. And here goes Mercer. Mercer to the outside, through at Lorenzo. Could this be the overlap? No, he runs a little bit wide. So
Mercer keeps trying to take the opportunity, and he's not quite able to get it to pay off. At the wrong time, he will make a mistake. At the wrong time, he will make a huge lunge. Here is going to be a huge lunge into the first corner of this racetrack. Daniel Espes for the final time will head through the first corner. He's alongside Leon Boeing, and Boeing just about squeezes ahead, but it's the outside for Espes. He's going to try and sweep his way through, and Boeing going to try and squeeze him. It's going to get very close. They're just about staying on the circuit, just about staying outside of each other, and just a moment off of the circuit for Boeing there. The next braking zone will be the inside line of Sheeta Pons to take him out to the back straight, and a much better exit for Leon is going to see him ahead. The door is open for Jesus Nogwe.
40 seconds to go. Looks like we might be on the final lap of this race. We're just awaiting for final lap to be confirmed, but Francesco Petelin now has a little bit of window. 1.1 seconds, make that 1.3. Team Heusingfeld 1:48, 31 seconds advantage. Hyperion Racing leading GT3 Pro by 3.5 seconds, and M&J Downforce for Dash leading GT3 AMS. Here is Francesco Petelin, 15 seconds on the timer for the number 88. Who is going to make his way through into the final few corners. Now down into Lorenzo for the final time. We will be very, very much on the bubble. It is going to be checkered flag, and it is the Italians, Complimenti, Absolute Motorsport Aislith, who pick up their first win of the series. But let's look back at the 148 in LMP3. Team Heusingfeld, they are very, very much on the bubble here. And they're coming out of the final corner. It will be a fifth win in the row, and it is the championship. Fabian Siegmann and Jan Senkowski with 5 straight wins cannot be touched. They are the LMP3 champions.
What a way to seal it. Fabian Siegmann with a dramatic race has come home victorious. Heusingfeld are victorious, and what a way to do so. Eric Rojas couldn't quite hold a candle to them. He will end up in second place after a dramatic race for the Boncasaurs. SD Corsa, their junior team, or their senior team even, will come home in third. The junior team will come out on top, and then we'll be seeing moves at the top of this GT3 Pro field all the way to the line. Derek Heiberger's going to win. Who's going to come home in second place though? It looks like it's going to be GT Dynamics. Indeed it is. The Michael Ross going to come home ahead with Garrett Barry just in behind, and then the victor in the GT3 AMS is going to be the MJ Downforce for Dash 311. Lucas Hoffrichter takes the checkered flag in the final class.
They will take the GT3 AMS standings lead, because Maniti Racing White are all the way down in what will be 5th position. Congratulations to Finnish Endurance Academy White. They pick up their first podium of the series. So congratulations to the pairing of the trio. But here we go. Garrett Berry trying on the offensive to get through on Michael M. Ross. And this is coming through into the final corner. The last corner, last lap. And Garrett Berry can't get the overlap. And Michael Ross is going to bring GT Dynamics across the line in second position at the line. Whew. Joe, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a Bad Boys reference. In the words of Martin Lawrence, woosah. That's all I need to say.
And as somebody who's not watched Bad Boys, I don't get the reference. So I'm just going to go, wow.
Exactly. What a race here at Jerez, as we have some deserving winners. We all now have one team that have effectively secured the title. But let's take you through the results. Congratulations to the Italian squad. Absolute Motorsport Aislith winning after 142 laps by 1.1 seconds. Hyperion Racing bring themselves into the title mix with a second place finish. So do Havu in third position ahead of BP Racing. Jens Brothers Competition had to settle for 5th, but believe you me, they will be hungry for a title next time out at Spa-Francorchamps. Expedia Racing LMP2 ran out your top 6 ahead of Fast Repair Motorsport, Nürburgring Esports, Leipert Esports, and Firefly E-Racing Silver rounding out the top 10. We had in total 12 cars, and unfortunately a non-finish for Fury Simsport and Solpec Precision Racing. Joe, take us through LMP3.
Well, it was a dramatic race, especially at the start of the second safety car on that restart, and it was Team Heisinckveld who ended up winning. 33.9 seconds the gap. They've almost built up a second a minute, which is incredible stuff. They end up ahead of Bunkersaws, who end up themselves ahead of SD Corsa. TSR Racing in 4th place ahead of Havu in 5th, and then it's the 2 Rdoks in 6th and 7th. Team Heisinckveld, the last team on the lead lap, and then Rusty Spatulas and the Echelon Sim Sports LMP3 team are going to round out the top 10 in the second class that we had today. And of course, we are going to have just the GT3s to go.
GT3 Pro maiden victory for Hyperion Racing. They basically break the duck, and they win ahead of GT Dynamics, leading home a 1-2 for Mercedes-Benz. Solpec Precision Racing running out your top 3 ahead of 100 Force. Miniti Racing Black negative delta by SimGear.it will get a post-race penalty, and that will drop them outside of the top 10. Team Heisinckveld, Ionosis Esports, XPD Racing, GT3 MX, who at one point were running second, finished 9th, ahead of Stint 1 Motorsport, SCC. And a little bit further down the order, 11th position, Fury Simsport, then German SimRacing Red, who were in the war, in somebody's panels, and also in the barriers as well to boot. Fast Repair Motorsport finished 13th, 18 laps off of the leaders and retiring from the race ahead of Firefly E-Racing Red, Fast Repair Motorsport, and Nürburgring Esports. Gloucestertal bringing up the rear with a big incident involving Ardar Murdursu. And last but I certainly no means least, GT3 Amjo.
Yes, and it'll be M&J Downforce for Dash who ended up taking the victory after a close fight with a team that ended up nowhere really near the Miniti Racing Purple with 17.8 second gap to the leaders, Finnish Endurance Academy rounded out the podium in Jens Brothers competition, who fought for the lead early on, end up in 4th. We only had 8 cars in this race today, and we ended with 7, with Miniti Racing White in 5th, BP Racing 2 in 6th, and Echelon Sim Sports GT3 8 laps down in 7th, with the other Jens Brothers competition out of the race.
Well, it's time to go to the post-race show. We've got some interviews, and I think really it should be quite fitting that the first 2 people that we need to speak to has been the Crackshot pairing. They have just done 5 wins in a row, and by my mathematical calculations, Team Heisinckveld 148, Jan Sienkowski and Fabian Siegmann. I'm going to say something to you both in your own language. Herzlichen Glückwunsch für die Meisterschaft dieses Jahr by SimRacing Republic. Congratulations, guys. 5 wins on the bounce. Great job.
Danke. So yeah, insane at the end what Fabi did. I don't know. On this track, his driving style just took off, and I only had to give him the car in a good position.
I mean, Fabian, let's turn to you. Of course, there was a little bit of a good strategy call. You guys decided to pit in twice, I think, in rapid succession, and just sort of reset everything, fuel the car, put tyres on it. How did that help you in terms of you? Because you guys always bring a great strategy to the LMP3 class.
Yeah, I think it was a bit wild for a few laps, so we decided to pit despite leading and giving up the track position because we thought it would be an advantage. And then we ended up in a checkup in a safety car and got damage, so we had to pit again. And then we were actually dead last in the queue. But yeah, in the end, we managed to get back in front, and then especially the last caution was, I think, perfect for all LMP3s and LMP2s because we all pitted and then just had a sprint to the finish. So from then on, it was everyone on the same strategy in the end.
But guys, you've absolutely dominated 5 wins out of 5. I mean, that puts you guys at least 130 points near you from your closest rivals. I mean, up until that point, you had a 117 points lead ahead of the pairing of Miguel and Ryan from Rdoks. You know, you have to say they fought you every single step of the way. They didn't have the greatest of races because they had a penalty by race control. But still, you can go into the final round at Spa in a month's time with absolutely no pressure on your shoulders, can't you?
I don't know. You could argue it's more pressure now to do the 6 out of 6 than the winning championship, you know.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. Yeah, not me. But guys, congratulations. 5 wins out of 5, effectively becoming LMP3 SimRacing Republic SportsCar champions for 2025-2026. Well done. 5 out of 5. We look forward to seeing you in a month's time at the Spa-Francorchamps finale. Well done today, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, big thank you there to Jan Sinkowski and also Fabian Sigma. Next up, let's bring in our new LMP2 race winners. And joining me, first of all, well, hopefully we might be able to get his teammates in. Francesco Petelin, complimenti, congratulations. Finally, you've got the win. How does it feel?
Hi, thank you. It feels incredible. I mean, in this championship, we have had so many unlucky races with disconnection, failures, and things like that. Luckily, we managed to put all together, and we did an incredible race from the start to the finish.
I mean, let's talk about that moment when you were leading, and then we had the slight contact between you and the team from Solpec. It does go to show that you can have a moment like that in the first hour and a half of the race, and then come back and be absolutely fighting tooth and nail. And you kept Nick Mercer at bay, so a great defense. We've also got your teammate Andrea Arnaboldi, who brought the car home. Andrea, congratulations. You and Francesco did a fantastic job here at Jerez, despite everything that was thrown at you.
Thank you very much. It's an incredible race. Francesco was great. I don't know how much I drove because of all the safety car. We did a good job of understanding we need to be done during the safety car, coming in at the right times, and managing in the change with a few extra laps. Francesco, great works since the qualifying, and was a big help in finishing the job.
Well, guys, congratulations. Finally, a new winner in LMP2. Well done today. We look forward to seeing you guys back in action at the season finale at Spa-Francorchamps in a month's time. Well done.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And the last person to speak to, well, Hyperion Racing have finally taken a well-deserved GT3 Pro victory. And joining me in the booth, Derek Heiberger. Derek, how does it feel finally? You guys normally are known for your prototype driving, but here we are. The team has finally picked up a GT3 Pro win here in SimRacing Republic.
It's about time. Things have not gone our way this season, to say the least. And yeah, it's long overdue.
I mean, I know quite a few of the team. I mean, obviously the likes of Matt Brewer, Brandon Wilson, of course, I commentate on them in other leagues. But to have such a great team, you know, you guys were on the back foot from the word go when we went racing at the first round at Portimao. But it getting that initial win does take a little bit of patience, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Like I said, things just really didn't go our way. We were on track for a podium in Portimao until things went sideways. We had good pace all season until things go sideways. We had good pace at the start of this race, and then things went sideways, but lucky safety cars and a really big gamble on strategy ended up paying off for us. So, like, I don't know, it's I guess first of hopefully many to come, but it feels nice to get the first one out of the way at least.
I concur on that every single step of the way, because I think you and your teammate as well, of course, Adam, was in the car. I think you definitely both deserve a strong drink after what's been a very, very big roller coaster ride here at Jerez. But congratulations to you and Adam on the W. Hyperion Racing finally strikes gold here in southern Spain. Well done today.
Thank you very much. Quick shout out to the team. Everyone over at Hyperion always does a great job supporting the car. And a huge shout out to our partners, the Sim Gaming Expo and iPredictor as well.
Brilliant. Well, Derek, we look forward to seeing you and the team back in action at the series finale at Spa in just a month's time. Well done today.
Sounds good. Look forward to it.
Well, that's about it from us here at the Global Sim Racing channel for coverage of the 5th and penultimate round of the 2025-2026 Sim Racing Republic Sports Car Championship presented by Rdoks. Team Huizinfeld rule the roost and take the title in LMP3, but titles are still up for grabs. Jens Brothers competition, by my maths, still lead by about 27 points. Their lead has nearly been halved in just one race alone. MJ Downforce for Dash lead GT3 AM and become new points leaders. And still, GT3 Pro is very, very much up in the air. Well, the last and final round of the Sim Racing Republic Sports Car Championship, presented by Rdoks, heads to the iconic Ardennes Forest and for 4 hours of racing at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps, as we'll be starting at 14:25 GMT or UTC. That's 10:25 in the morning Eastern Time, 1 month from today, the 7th of March 2026. Plenty of racing still to come here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Of course, the Classic Lotus Grand Prix Sunday Grand Prix Series heads to Suzuka tomorrow afternoon. The Porsche Owners Club returns for round 3 at Road Atlanta Tuesday morning UK time, late on Monday night Eastern. The Skip Barber Race Series will head to a little gem in the Orient, Suzuka East, on Thursday the 12th, and Grand Prix Legends returns to Donington Park National on Saturday the 14th of February. A big thank you to the team behind the scenes, from Joe, Christian, and of course, Dougie. Well, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't already, follow us on social media, and whilst you're at it, give us a like, share, or subscribe. Until next time, race hard, race fair, and when in doubt, well, you better go flat out. We'll see you next time. Goodbye.
This is iRacing.
Every time you hit the track, every millisecond matters. Trust, confidence, speed. Built for every corner, every track. Built for you. Rdoks, only quality setups.